Hello, name's Alan, welcome back to the channel, thank you very much for tuning in. Today we'll be making a tier list for which it is necessary to establish certain rule sets. Hence, I will briefly introduce my preface regarding elemental advantages, as well as the tier list evaluation criteria. So, let's get into it. Fire, in my opinion, is the strongest element in Wizard of Legend, due to items like Ebonwolf's Cloak, Stanza of Flames, or Neve's Ruby specifically supporting fire damage, as well as abilities generally having an insane amount of base damage, a usually accompanying fire debuff dealing a decent chunk of damage very quickly, and a very high signature charge gain for extra damage across the board. Lightning and water or ice are the second strongest elements due to strong supportive items like Ebonwolf's Cloak or Neve's Citrine, as well as for ice, Stanza of Frost, Special Snowflake, Pandemic Pouch, and the Fuzzy Hand Warmers. Lightning pairs up very well with base damage increases and critical hit builds, while water is very strong for projectile destruction, healing, and crowd control with the Frost debuff. Earth is second to last due to poison taking too long to apply damage and generally doing a poor job of stun locking enemies. Additionally, most Earth abilities rely on crowd control, are rather slow to use, and therefore not very good into bosses. Wind, in my book, is clearly the worst element due to a huge lack of base damage on most wind abilities. Additionally, slow is the worst debuff as it does not damage, kill, nor stunlock enemies and has a rather niche use of creating space between you and your foes. Wind abilities generally are very clunky or have to be used from point blank range, making them even worse in that regard. Wind abilities generally are better when used as a supportive ability for applying slows, destroying projectiles, repelling or moving enemies, and for granting movement speed or cooldown reduction to yourself. We will be evaluating our tier list today using the following criteria in order. Ability category, useful item or arcana synergies, base damage or effective damage dealt, coverage in terms of width and range, signature charge generation, ease of use and unique quirks, projectile destruction capabilities, and finally, status effect applications. Hi guys, we made it. I'd say let's continue on with the tier list scheme, which is fairly default looking. At the very top we have the dreaded S tier, reserved for only the best of the best, the creme de la creme, the universally good and awesome. We love to see these. These go with everything like a fine wine. Followed up by the A tier for the above average, the good and the great. Followed up by the B tier, which is anything remotely considered decent or quite average. C tier is a little bit lackluster, below average or meh, if you like short terms. And then finally, D tier is for anything that is considered to be of poor quality that you wouldn't want to get your hands on, generally speaking, or that has quite a niche to fill. Let's leave it at that. Additionally, I added an I don't know tier for anything that I lack the personal experience of giving my refined opinion on, or anything that I simply do not use whatsoever and therefore I don't have an opinion on. I may or may not state an opinion here occasionally on separate abilities, however, it is merely a guess and not one coming from a great amount of experience. Additionally, as a side note, we will be going through these icons, we will be going through these abilities in-game order, i.e. starting with the fire element and then going through element-wise from left to right throughout the in-game Wizard of Legend Arcana book, whereas here these have been inserted in alphabetical order. Some of these images, which I can assure you are perfectly square in my personal image assets folders, have been squashed beyond recognition, so this is going to be quite fun. I'll definitely have to look through this list here and find the individual abilities by heart. This is going to be quite interesting. That having been said, with all that other way, I'd say let's get started. Hey, you made it through the intro. Welcome back. Grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a blanket. This is going to be a long one. I'll try to keep things short and concise for the sake of not having to sit here for 5 to 10 hours straight, as I am, as per usual, recording this as a single take. I haven't pre-evaluated any of the tier list as per usual. That means all of the tier list placements will actually happen on the fly as we speak. I will try and keep the regular Arcana evaluation scheme here, but I'll try to hasten things up so that I can still fairly rank these abilities and compare them to one another and place them atop the tier list mountain without having to literally die in front of my PC recording this. So let's get things started with Fueled Berzerk. Fueled Berzerk is a buff standard Arcana which combines pretty damn well with Demi's Teapot to increase the duration of the buff, as well as Evening Gloves, Candy, Sightwinder's Badge, Reinforced Braces, and or the Flat Gauntlet to strengthen that synergy with basic Arcana. The unenhanced version of it, as it is a buff, doesn't deal any damage at no coverage and doesn't grant signature charge gen, but it is easy to use and grants an indirect damage buff. And when enhanced additionally, it deals poor damage at poor coverage and burns enemies. This thing can never be S tier as it relies on basic Arcana way too much and it doesn't do anything independently from them, although it is one of the most busted support abilities in this game, and you will see me look for this on pretty much any given run, with a handful of exceptions. Sometimes I might just run a basic Arcana that wouldn't really synergize well with this, or a build that wouldn't really want to focus on basic Arcana and this dynamic between the two. So generally one of the best abilities in the game, but only as a supportive ability. Let's move on to Searing Crown, which is down here. Searing Crown is an undefined standard Arcana which pairs up very well with Bladed Buckler and Agni Sparkler. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage, granting you a decent amount of signature charge. It is easy to use, it features a great amount of projectile destruction, and it burns enemies. This is not so much a damage tool as it is a projectile destruction / protection tool. The enhanced version of it deals more damage, but overall I really like using this for protection and immediately covering a large area around my character model, pushing enemies away, effectively stun locking them. This is A tier, pretty damn strong overall by the very definition. Heroic Blaze is next on the list. Let's see if I can find it. Yep, there it is. Heroic Blaze is a melee movement standard Arcana which also counts as a jump. That means Vicious Bunny Ears is one of the most busted items on this particular ability. Jumps are the best abilities in the game, both defensively and offensively, as while mid-air, while airborne, you will have iframes. That means you don't give a flying fuck about taking damage from any kind of source whatsoever. You literally cannot take damage while having iframes. Also, these generally deal an insane amount of damage, which is just unfair looking at a lot of other abilities in the game. These jump abilities got just way too much love and way too strong item support with items like the Vicious Bunny Ears. That's just an insane amount of base damage. So naturally, not just Vicious Bunny Ears are completely broken on this particular ability, but also soccer cleats and jumper cables for current reduction and damage, as well as Dark Katana and Fiery Paintbrush for just so much extra base damage. Cobalt Firestone also works particularly well for this jump as it pulls large clusters of enemies in, so Cobalt Firestone can do its thing, which, you know, enemies just have to be in your vicinity and this thing is going to deal a lot of extra damage to them, so that's sweet. The enhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage at great coverage, granting a great amount of signature charge. It's easy to use and grants invulnerability while jumping, as previously mentioned. The enhanced version grants you a great amount of damage and will burn enemies additionally. This is S tier, top of the top. Very, very good ability. Talking about jumps, Blazing Vault is next on our list, and right about here. Blazing Vault is a melee movement standard Arcana, also a jump, so Vicious Bunny Ears are very nice for it. Soccer Cleats are great for the extra damage focus. I really like using this more as an offensive tool than a defensive tool, generally speaking. Jumper cables are great for that reason. Dark Katana and Fire Paintbrush are just a must-have with the bunny ears and the likes. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage at great coverage, granting you a decent amount of signature charge. I find it very easy to use, although it does force you to move forward. It does grant you invulnerability while jumping, so there is that. As long as you don't jump into a pit, you're gonna be golden, essentially. As long as you also predict where you're gonna land and you're gonna try to hit all the enemies in the room to stun lock them, you are absolutely gonna be golden. The enhanced version also burns enemies. This thing deals a great amount of damage, and with a lot of cooldown reduction, it can be absolutely fantastic. It's a jump, it's not one that is nearly as broken as Heroic Blaze. but still broken in its own kind of way overall, I would say. Not so much into bosses, but more into regular enemies, I feel. Moving on to Explosive Charge. Explosive Charge is a melee movement standard arcana that isn't a jump, although Soccer Cleats, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, and the likes are still pretty damn strong on this item. Additionally, I would like to add Ring of Reserves and Roxel's Pendulum, because this is a charge-based ability, so Roxel's Pendulum, cooldown reduction generally is very useful, and Ring of Reserves just straight up gives you a lot of cooldown reduction because it's extra charges. That means more charges ticking, and you'll have more charges available at any given time, which is just amazing. That's just so much extra damage. The unenhanced version of this ability has a decent amount of damage at poor coverage, granted. It grants you a surprisingly great amount of signature charge generation, and it's easy to use. But enhanced, it also burns enemies, I would say. Now, easy to use, add a big asterisk to that, because while it is very easy to use and apply to enemies, it is very hard to use this as an AoE tool, and that's why the coverage just sucks donkey dick, which means that it cannot be an A tier, it must go into B tier. Unfortunately, the coverage for large crowds of enemies is just very, very poor. Let's move on to Burn Cycle. Burn Cycle, where is it? Burn Cycle is a melee movement standard arcana, which does count as a jump. So Vicious Biting ESI yet again completely busted on this one. Likewise, Soccer Cleats, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, and even a Cobalt Fire set, at least occasionally. I feel kind of quirky, I put that on this ability. The unenhanced version of it deals a decent amount of damage and a great coverage, granting a great amount of signature charge generation. I find it easy to use. It does force you to move forward, and you do not have invulnerability while jumping, which is quite unique for jumps. This is pretty much the outcast of all jumps, although there will be one more example later down the line for very weirdly working jumps. It doesn't exactly feel like a jump, it's just an ability that works more like a dash, which can use jump items. It is quite powerful, I do like it a lot. It's essentially just the ranged version of Searing Rush. It's pretty darn good, I really like it quite a lot. Moving on to Inferno Cannon. Inferno Cannon, down here. Inferno Cannon is a melee movement standard arcana, not a jump. So Soccer Cleats, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, because it's a fire element. High damage, lots of synergy with a lot of different things. It's all the same schmuck, really, just in different shapes and forms. The enhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage and decent coverage. It has a great amount of signature charge generation. It's kind of clunky to use, it burns enemies when unenhanced, and when enhanced it deals a great amount of damage, and it feels very satisfying to use, very similar to the Burn Cycle. It has a few less synergies than Burn Cycle, and it's not as straightforward to use. It's more of a line-based skill shot with a cone at the end, whereas the Burn Cycle you start with a small cone and then you go bigger and bigger, so it's a lot easier to catch a lot of enemies off guard. But with the Inferno Cannon, you are usually the one getting caught off guard. Blazing Lariat is next on the list. Blazing Lariat is a melee movement standard arcana, not a jump yet again, which pairs up alright with Soccer Cleats and Dark Katana, although I do prefer putting jumper cables on this thing. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage. It grants you a decent amount of signature charge. It's quite easy to use and grants you versatile movement while using the ability, which is quite nice. Arguably, you can quite literally dance around enemies while using this, spinning in circles. It's pretty cool. It burns enemies, and when enhanced, it gains a great coverage overall. This is quite a great room clear tool. Not in A tier, not quite. The single target damage is pretty meh, so I'm gonna leave it in B tier. Next on the list is Blazing Blitz. Where are you, my friend? I think it's you over here. Blazing Blitz is a melee movement standard arcana, yet again, not a jump. Soccer Cleats work especially well, also Dark Katana and Fiery Paintbrush. I even like a Singing Bow for a ton of extra damage, at least occasionally, although you gotta be quite patient with that item. Jumper Cables can definitely work in its favor as well. The unenhanced version of this ability has a decent amount of damage at poor coverage, getting a decent amount of signature charge generation. It's easy to use, It can, however, be interrupted easily due to its long duration and lacking coverage. It pretty much locks you into place. The enhanced version of it deals a great amount of damage. Overall, this is a fantastic boss killer, but for rooms it is very lackluster, and that's why I have to rank it into B tier, probably even lower than Blazing Lariat, because at least I can use that both for room clear and for boss killing. Blazing Blitz is more of a boss killing, single target only damage tool. Blazing Onslaught is next, should be this one right here. Blazing Onslaught is the projectile version of Blazing Blitz, essentially. It's a projectile movement standard arcana, so soccer cleats, gloves of gambit, and fiery paintbrush are quite nice for increasing its damage dealt. Jumper cables work for the cooldown reduction as per usual. The unenhanced version of this ability does a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage with a decent amount of signature charge gain. It is kinda clunky to use, it is really not that simple. The enhanced version actually deals a surprisingly great amount of damage, but it does essentially suffer from the same issue that Blazing Blitz does suffer from, although you do have more range, so you can do slightly more with that and try to climb up enemies and then deal more AoE damage to them. So as an AoE damage tool, this is definitely slightly better, although this is kind of the compromise between Blazing Blitz and an ability that has proper balance. Next is Flame Breath, right here. Flame Breath is a melee standard arcana which pairs up exceptionally well with Bladed Buckler to destroy large quantities of projectiles and essentially restore your entire signature charge bar. Dark Katana for a little bit of extra damage, and Agni Sparkle likewise for a little bit of damage. It's mostly a burn status applicant to me personally than anything else really. The unenhanced version of this deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage. It runs with a poor amount of signature charge generation, which is a good feature, better poor than none at all. It is easy to use and it features a great amount of projectile destruction. When enhanced, it also burns enemies. Quite a decent ability. This is one of those just hit the entire room with a wave of fire and burn them at the sake types of abilities. Doesn't deal a great amount of damage, does a little bit of damage, burns them, and that's really it. So it's very similar to Blazing Lariat in that regard, and I find it very usable overall. I guess it's in this particular comparison, I suppose it is better than Blazing Onslaught overall. Generally I do prefer Blazing Onslaught, but hey, it's not as versatile as Flame Breath, I suppose. Next in line is Homing Flares. Homing Flares is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up decently well with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Vase, the Fiery Paintbrush, and the usual damage ups. The unenhanced version of this ability has a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage, grants you a great amount of signature charge generation. It is easy to use and homes in on enemies. This thing can pretty much never be missed. It's pretty damn hard to make it miss, let's put it that way. The enhanced version deals a great amount of damage. This thing is a use and forget ability. Therefore A tier, pretty damn solid. I would say probably goes right here. It's very easy to use overall. Next is Tracer Barrage. Right here, Tracer Barrage is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up very well with Family Seal. I really love that, as well as Reinforced Bracers, especially in multiplayer if you want to protect someone else or even yourself. Gloves of Gambit and Fire Paintbrush for that sweet, very high damage increase. The unenhanced version of this deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage. However, it grants you an insane, a tremendous amount of signature charge generation. It's very easy to use and it grants you decent projectile destruction out of the gates. When enhanced, you simply put a great stamp on both the damage and the coverage for this particular ability. One of my favorite synergies with this particular ability is just a Family Seal plus Reinforced Bracers plus a Bladed Buckler and you're good to go. Just destroy everything, get full signature charge bar and spam it. Literally the signature, okay? Use it as your signature or your stun, it doesn't matter. This thing is absolutely amazing. It's on the verge of S tier, I would say. Maybe even actually S tier. Although I feel like it has some usage issues, generally speaking, with rooms. You can't always just toss it in quickly, so I will leave it in A tier for now. Next in line is Dragon Arc, a very similarly working spell, which is a projectile standard arcana, pairs up exceptional with Family Seal, Reinforced Bracers, Gloves of Gambit, and because it is a charge-based ability, not only the Fiery Paintbrush, but also Ring of Reserves and Voxel's Pendulum. for that extra core reduction, those extra charges, which translate into a lot of extra DPS over time. The enhanced version of this ability is a little less impressive than Tracer Barrage. Arguably, it deals a decent amount of damage at a rather poor coverage, plus generates you a decent amount of signature charge generation, and it is quite easy to use overall, I would say, especially if you're using it in a straight line. You can spread this ability out, so it's quite flexible in that regard. When enhanced, it deals great damage at great coverage with a great amount of signature charge gain. This is very, very comparable to Tracer Barrage, however overall worse, especially due to that very piss poor unenhanced version occasion that can really get you screwed up. Only having one dragon, that is. Exploding Fireball, again, a very similarly working ability is next on my list. Exploding Fireball is one of the prime examples of how to take a projectile stone arcana and make it go to the moon and beyond. Because, well, it does what the other two predecessors actually do, but way better. It's just pure perfection, essentially. It combines especially well with Family Seal, even though it only is one massive hit, which generates a large chunk of signature charge. Gloves of Gambit for that huge base damage. Chaos Visor, Fiery Paintbrush, and Singing Bowl for the same reason, really. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of base damage at a decent coverage. It grants you a great amount of signature charge, and it is very, very easy to use and very easy to hit as well, which is quite important. The enhanced version, on the other hand, has an even greater coverage. It's just a nuke dropped on the map, essentially. This is S tier all the way, super duper powerful ability. I talk about it quite a lot in my videos. Next is Fractal Flare. Fractal Flare, where are you, my friend? Right over here. I love to forget the name of this particular ability. Fractal Flare is a projectile standard arcana, which pairs up alright with Gloves of Gambit, but more importantly with the Army Spark ability. This is more of a supportive ability, not a main damaging ability. It can be used that way, but it's not going to be super impactful overall. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage, grants you a decent amount of signature charge generation, and it is rather easy to use. When enhanced, it burns enemies, and I kind of like the way it looks and feels, but overall this ability is quite meh, and I will put it into C tier for now, because while it does work for single targets, and it does work for rooms, so it is rather versatile, but with a fat asterisk, it doesn't do either of them very well. It doesn't support you very well, it doesn't stun enemies very well, it just burns enemies and deals a little bit of damage to them. Overall, pretty meh ability. Flame Cleaver is next on the list. Flame Cleaver is a projectile standard arcana prevalently used among new players, that I feel anyway. I definitely did that, and a lot of other Wizard Legend veterans I know of. Combines very well with the Reinforced Bracers, Gloves of Gambit, and Ring of Reserves, as it is a charge-based ability. But Reinforced Bracers really are the core recommendation here. The unenhanced version of Flame Cleaver deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage with a decent amount of signature charge gain. It's easy to use, it has a decent projectile destruction out of the gates, and burns enemies. That is quite a lot of things for an unenhanced ability. Enhanced, additionally, you have quite the great coverage and even greater projectile destruction capabilities with this ability. It's quite a defensively loaded ability where you would use this to stun large groups of enemies and cleave all projectiles in your wake, generally speaking, and not so much as a main damaging tool, so I'll be ranking it on that somewhere in A tier. Probably right here, as defensive tools are generally not as powerful as offensive tools. After all, if you end up killing absolutely everything before they can even attempt to hurt you, you have done a fantastic job and you won't even risk your life whatsoever. Moving on to Flame Fusion. Flame Fusion is a projectile standard arcana, which is quite a special one for sure. Pairs up exceptionally well with Family Seal. Reinforced Bracers are actually quite an interesting versatile pick on this ability. Gloves of Gambit, Fiery Paintbrush, and Singing Bowl for astronomical amount of damage dealt. The unenhanced version of this particular ability features a great amount of damage, a great amount of coverage, depending on how you actually end up using it and how good you are using it, a great amount of signature charge generation. It can be tricky to use, and it'll burn enemies. The enhanced version of it deals even more damage. This thing is quite ridiculous, however very difficult to wield, and you can easily fuck things up, especially in situations where enemies are surrounding you in large quantities of enemies at a time. So I will rank this right over here. Yeah, I'll put it right over there. The next ability is Raging Inferno. Raging Inferno is a projectile standard arcana, which pairs up exceptionally well with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Spider, Fairy Paintbrush, and Singing Bowl, because the unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage, have a great coverage with a great amount of signature charge gain. It's easy to use and burns enemies, and when enhanced it charges up twice as quickly. This thing is S tier all the way. Has a billion synergies. It's better than Exploding Fireball in my opinion. This thing literally wipes out entire rooms and bosses with a Singing Bowl. Yeah, I mean, really, it's really that fucking strong. You should believe in the Raging Inferno. Moving on, Inferno Beam. Where's Inferno Beam? Inferno Beam, you little fucker over here, is an undefined standard arcana, which pairs up exceptionally well with Bladed Buckler as well as the Agni Sparkler if you want to use this thing for damage. This is about the best defensive tool to cleave large amounts of projectiles at an instant. In the game, that is, not just in the element that we are currently looking into, i.e. fire. No, it's the best tool in the game. Period. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage at a decent amount of coverage. It grants you a decent amount of signature charge, and it is quite easy to use. It has a great projectile destruction, even out of the gates, and it'll burn enemies. And when enhanced, it deals slightly more damage at even greater coverage, which is quite important actually when you're trying to cleave all projectiles on screen. This has quite a long range and essentially 180-degree width in front of your character, right? You can also quickly use this and then abort it by dashing out of it, and chances are you will have hit most of the projectiles on screen, and with the Bladed Buckler you will have gained an almost, or actually full signature charge by that point, so you can just keep doing other things. Isn't that amazing? This thing is pretty darn nifty, and it'll go all the way up here next to the Flame Cleaver. Next is Ignition Drive. Ignition Drive is an undefined standard arcana which works decently well with an analytical monocore, fiery paintbrush, and Agni Sparkler to just raise its damage numbers. The enhanced version deals a surprisingly great amount of damage at a very poor coverage, admittedly. It grants you a decent amount of signature charge gain, it's rather easy to use, and it burns enemies, although the coverage is quite a huge argument against using this ability against any others, right? The enhanced version of this ability has quite a decent coverage, I'd say, due to that explosion on the final hit, but overall this ability is not very memorable. It's not very strong either. This has got to go into B tier. It's one of those abilities you can certainly use to wipe a room, but only when the stars align. I would probably put it right here. I feel like it's worse than Blazing Lariat. I feel like it is better than Flame Breath damage-wise for sure, but Blazing Lariat just brings so much room clearing potential, and that's really what you want ultimately. Although arguably for boss killing potential, I suppose we could run Ignition Drive, so I'll put it right here. It is quite versatile. It does both things alright, which is sort of better than Blazing Lariat, which only really does room clear, and boss clear is like pretty lackluster, especially into Sora. Alright, moving on to Firewall. Firewall is an undefined standard arcana, quite an underrated one, quite an underused one for sure. Pairs up very well with Bladed Buckler and Agni Sparkler. It sits in the same boat as Inferno Beam really, although this thing can even be used as an offensive ability whatsoever. This cannot at all be used that way. Unless your main goal is to burn your enemies. In that case, hey, I mean, you can use half of the abilities of this particular element and most abilities that we have looked into here so far. But Firewall is a purely defensive tool. Change my mind. The unenhanced version deals very poor damage and a decent coverage. It grants you a decent amount of signature charge, very surprising actually. It is easy to use, it lingers on the ground for a very long time. It makes enemies walk around. It features a great amount of projectile destruction and will burn enemies stepping into it. But that part, the projectile destruction on an unenhanced ability, like with a very long duration and quite the coverage, that's the main story here. You put it down like a shield, like a wall, and you hide behind it. I mean, the name implies, right? Fire, wall, hey, cool. That's a double pun essentially, right? But very, very, very useful against large quantities of projectiles. This will take care of literally all of them. And you can quite literally just cower behind it and shoot your projectiles through, and they won't be affected by the firewall at all, which is amazing. Very, very good. When enhanced, the coverage is even greater, which is very, very nice for a defensively connotated utility ability. I, however, cannot put this into A tier, not at all, because this ability is a purely defensive ability, it's purely a helper, and it definitely will not carry you on your journey. It will not help you out on your own, especially for newer players. This thing is just not gonna be very useful at all. I might just put it into C tier overall. While its defensive capabilities are great, what we really need in this game is offense or tools that help us stay alive for longer. Firewall does neither of those things very effectively. You have to really know what you are having there, what you gotta do with it, how you can use it effectively in order to wield it. Next on the list is Erupting Cannonade. Erupting Cannonade is an undefined standard arcana. It should be ranged, really. Which pairs up exceptionally well with Analytical Monocle, Fire Paintbrush, and the Singing Bowl. I love this ability. I rarely ever use it, but it's amazing. The enhanced version deals great damage, great coverage, getting a great amount of Signature Charge generation. Great, all the way. It's easy to use, and when enhanced, it deals more damage and will burn enemies. This is incredibly explosive. I love that ability. It's so good. It is so freaking good. It should be rated at the very top of the tier list, in my opinion. Very underrated ability overall. Unfortunately, since it's undefined, it doesn't scale as well as projectile or especially melee abilities later down the line, but it's still really, really good starting things off up to the mid-game minimum, but sometimes even late game and beyond that. Crashing Meteor is next. Crashing Meteor is an undefined standard arcana, which pairs up pretty okay with Analytical Monocle, Fiery Paintbrush, Electrifying Smoke for once, and Singing Bowl. This is an ability which is quite slow. You don't cast this a whole lot. You want the stars to align, or rather a cluster of enemies to align, and then you need to predict where they'll be, and then you hit them with a comet and boom, they're dead. It's not a comet, it's a meteor, okay? I know I'm retarded. I'm not an astronomy dude, okay? I really don't know what I'm talking about, but hey, it's a meteor. Hey, don't be offended. Electrifying Smoke? Hey, you see that? Look at that. That's cool, right? That's special. Electrifying Smoke on a fire ability? Yeah, because it can actually stun. That impact is so heavy, it'll stun the enemies, and Electrifying Smoke gives you a chance to do more Signature Charge, which is neat, and to increase the stun duration, which is sweet, just really sweet. Singing Bowl also definitely helps if this is your main damage tool somehow. Say you randomize run or something and you're stuck with this as your standard and your signature kind of sucks donkey dick. Hey, Singing Bowl is definitely going to help you out of some trouble, especially in boss fights. Just make sure to cast this first and not some dash ability or something like that. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, I would say. With a decent amount of signature charge gain, it is rather easy to use, and when enhanced, it also stun enemies, which is quite fun. Overall, pretty meh ability. Can definitely be used for both room clear and boss clear, so I gotta automatically put it like right here, right? Because the damage compensates definitely for its clunkiness when you can actually connect it, that is, of course. Moving on to Engulfing Fissure. Engulfing Fissure is an undefined standard arcana, yet another undefined arcana, yay! Which pretty much only combines well with Agni's Sparkler. The unenhanced version of this particular ability deals a poor amount of damage at a poor coverage, granting a poor amount of signature charge generation. Remember, that's a positive. Enemies must pretty much be baited into it as if it were a trap, wink wink, because it is a trap, and it'll burn enemies. When enhanced, it has a slightly larger coverage with, I would say, a decent coverage. Still, this is pretty much not a real ability. It feels fun to use. I'll say that much, but it is quite bad in that it is very similar to Firewall. It just kind of does nothing. It does deal a little bit of damage, don't get me wrong, so in that regard it's better than Firewall, but hey, you gotta walk up to enemies to use this, or let them walk into it, which doesn't really work for bosses. And Firewall is like so much better defensively than Engulfing Fissure could ever be offensively. So, the value overall here is certainly a whole lot lower. It's still usable though, that's why it's in C tier, not in D tier. Flame Seekers is next on the list. Where are my boys? My Flame Seekers right here. Flame Seekers are, of course, a summon standard arcana. They pair up pretty damn well with Grimoire of Ruin for extra summon-based damage, Archaic Cheat Sheet for that sweet summon-based cooldown reduction, and a pop-up primer for an extra summon. So hey, more damage. Cool, right? We're summons. We just do summon things. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage with no signature charge gain, which is a common trait among all summon abilities in the game. It is very easy to use because you really just plop them down and they'll do their thing. And they kamikaze into enemies and they will burn those enemies as well, besides dealing a rather decent amount of damage for a summon. The enhanced version also deals more damage at more coverage. It is quite an alright ability. I like it for crowd control. I like it better than Flame Breath, not better than Blazing Lariat for sure, but keep in mind that the summons generally need a lot of support from very specific relics that you wouldn't otherwise want to build unless you were playing like a full summon build, because no other relics can use summon related items. Sorry, no other abilities can use summon related relics. There's just no point generally to split your build in two halves, right? Just go either full summon or full rest of the game. That having been said, moving on to the next summon, which is Rapid Fire Agent. A summon standard arcana, hey, who would have guessed? Which combines well with the Grimoire of Ruin, Archaic Cheat Sheet, Pop-Up Primer, and Yuna's Storybook for increased duration. Yay, because agents don't kamikaze, they actually stay on the board for a while, or in the game, in the dungeon, in the room, however you want to word it. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage at a poor coverage with no signature charge gain. It is easy to use and when enhanced deals more damage. However, it has quite the low range and quite the high knockback, which means it frequently counters itself by knocking enemies out of its own range. So, I don't know about that one. I still believe it's better into bosses than whatever this thing does, because yeah, well, at least I can plop it down right behind the boss, and then I kind of run the opposite side of the arena and it'll remain alive, and bosses are pretty much knockback immune, so they will eat all the damage dealt you, which should equate to what, like 40 damage or so, plus extra summon relics and whatnot, so I can definitely make it deal some damage into bosses. It's not completely worthless, but generally very much not good. And finally, in the fine category, we got Ward of Flames. Ward of Flames, of course, is yet another summon, but also a buff standard arcana. I know, mind-blowing stuff over here. Combines well with Yuna Storybook for duration, Demi's Teapot for duration, which is sweet. I love that. It's just so funny that both of those work for the same thing. And Pop-Up Primer for an extra ward for extra area, which is especially interesting for the unenhanced version, which has a poor amount of damage, a decent coverage, it gains you no signature charge, it's easy to use, and occasionally burns enemies, whereas the enhanced version simply has pretty much double the radius in coverage. Now, wards generally are about the most useless abilities in the game because individually they do nothing at all. Nothing at all. Very much like the Mr. Buff up here, right? But this buff is just so incredibly busted that I can pretty much oversee all that. I can overlook it for the sake of overall build strength, right? I grab this buff and my build strength just goes through the fucking rooftop straight towards the moon. Whereas with wards, well, it's more of a gamble. Do I have a fire-only build? In that case, well, the fire ward is a great find, but then I may still have to enhance it if my build isn't completely fire-based, or I may find a wind ward and I may have to enhance that to work for my fire build, and then I still have to remain in the area of the ward, and I still have to be able to kite around that area of the ward, and in certain cases that just doesn't work, and yada 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 yada. You see me yapping on and on and on. This thing, it's Okay, wards are great supportive abilities, but as main abilities, completely wardless. I mean worthless. I mean summonless. I mean help me. Moving on to the next element. Starting things off with Evading Zephyr. Evading Zephyr is a buff standard arcana which combines very well with Demi's Teapot for that extra duration. That's insane value. I would pay like 10 gold for every single second that Demi's Teapot extends over the course of a run. Like, it is so valuable. And Covert Ops Mask, a very rarely used item because, well, Evading Zephyr, as the name implies, grants you guaranteed evasion, and so Covert Ops is just free extra damage, which is quite nutty when you think about it. Just 100% evasion and a lot of extra damage for free. That's ridiculous. The unenhanced version, as it is above, grants you no damage, no coverage, no signature charge generation. It is very easy to use. Hey, it's a 100% evasion buff. Wow! And when enhanced, it grants you movement speed additionally and the Hummingbird Feather buff. That means you can walk across pits while it's active. This thing does anything you could ever want a buff to do. Literally helps literally any build out there. You don't need a basic arcana at all in the first place. You just slap this on any build and you run away with the run, just dodging everything. Just don't necessarily make this your main standard ability because then you will be lacking damage. You need some sort of damage too. As a support ability, this is a triple S tier. This is as good as it gets. But as your standard ability, starting things off, pretty okay. Yeah, it'll keep you alive for a while, so you can wait for the cooldown of your more important abilities to take down that. Hopefully being your signature. Otherwise, you're kind of fucked, my man. You're kind of really fucked. So, with that caveat out of the way, I will rank it higher than Fuel to Berzerk, but generally take it with a grain of salt. If your signature sucks donkey dick, you wouldn't want to see Evading Zephyr as a standard. No, no sir, not at all. But at least, I mean, with it active, you could still try to relatively risk-free push everyone into pits and stuff for the duration. Who knows? Evading Zephyr generally is incredibly powerful when you find it, when you come across it over the course of your run. Next on my list is Vortex Veil. Vortex Veil is a melee standard arcana which pairs up exceptionally well with the Bladed Buckler, the Mercury Sandals, and Cobalt Firestone. The latter two are here because we are talking about a purely melee-centric ability and having more movement speed, and an AoE damage aura around your character turn out to be quite fun when you have to already be up the assholes of your enemies. The Bladed Buckler is purely here because we are looking into the melee-only equivalent of the Inferno Beam ability. So this is pretty much the second base projectile destruction tool in the game, only trumped by Inferno Beam because Inferno Beam is so much more versatile in terms of how you use it. Not just damage-wise, but also range-wise and duration-wise. Vortex Veil, you just pop and it's like an aura and it destroys all projectiles around you and deals a bunch of damage around you. The unenhanced version of Vortex Veil deals decent damage at a decent coverage, grants you a great amount of signature charge generation, so it's very, very fun automatically to me. It's easy to use and it grants you a great amount of projectile destruction out of the box. The enhanced version of this ability has more coverage and it grants you movement speed buff, which automatically helps you use it to deal damage and not just be a defensive menace. I'm going to be putting this right here. To me, it really is better than Flame Cleaver, although Flame Cleaver is a range tool, so arguably range tools are more easily usable. But ease of use is not my main focus when I look at abilities. I want to look at how consistently can you use them well. And Vortex Veil is a 90 out of 100, I'd say. Whereas Flame Cleaver is like, yeah, I mean, I can always spam this, but I may not be able to have a charge left to destroy that critical wave of projectiles flying my way. Vortex Veil does literally everything. I walk up the arseholes of my enemies. I kill them all at once while destroying their projectiles. And with the Bladed Buckler, gaining a lot of signature charge. Or even without it, because this ability grants just so much signature charge. It's kind of ridiculous. Moving on to Storm Entourage. Storm Entourage is an undefined standard arcana, which I really couldn't find great synergies for. Leave some in the comment below if you know any. To me, it's really just corruption by things like a Tozy's Pocket Watch, a Roxas Pendulum, or on-hit effects, or on-hit chance-based effects like a Permafrost Cube, for example, or like a Phoenix Talon, like a Testicle for a little bit of extra damage, but I really couldn't find anything too interesting about Storm Entourage. In fact, I really don't like this ability. The unenhanced version of this deals very poor damage at a decent coverage, granting you a poor amount of signature generation. However, it is very, very clunky to use, and it kind of counters itself. Like, the longer you use it, the worse it's gonna get, and the harder it's gonna be to use this without taking damage. The enhanced version has slightly more coverage, but that really doesn't save it. This thing is horrible, arguably better than Walt, because I can at least use it to ditch out some damage, but it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't really have any synergies. It doesn't really get any better, even when you enhance it, even with a lot of base damage and stuff. Really, really, really not that good. Scales of Babylon is next on the list, a very pleasant ability. I love this one quite a lot. Scales of Babylon is a buff standard arcana, which doubles down as a melee damage tool, which doesn't actually contribute to the category here, alright? So take that with a grain of salt. It's just a buff standard arcana, which means it combines quite well with the Demi's Teapot. Additionally, Sparrow Windstone I find quite fun with this ability, and Analytical Monocle is also quite alright with this ability, as the unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a great coverage around your character. Additionally, the decent signature charge generation definitely helps out quite a ton. It's very easy to use, it grants you cooldown reduction and movement speed, accordingly to how many enemies you could actually hit with this particular ability, which really shouldn't be a big deal. It has a massive range, and it'll slow enemies after knocking them away. What more could you want? This thing is super duper fun. When enhanced, you get even more cooldown reduction for every enemy hit. This thing is super, super duper strong, and why it may not be like a long-term buff, it can deal damage, and it is generally going to be more impactful than these two guys, because hey, I can literally run this without anything else, and it's going to do great, and it's going to drastically raise my DPS, not only by dealing damage itself, but by lowering my cooldown reduction. It's going to boost my survivability with that instant gratifying movement speed buff. It's just so freaking strong. And don't forget about the knockback and the slow. Like, that is so valuable in and of itself. You can make an ability like that, and it will be one of the coolest support abilities in the game. Whirling Tornado is next on my list. Whirling Tornado. Which one are you? I can only guess at this one. There's so many tornadoes in the game. Whirling Tornado. So that's www. Probably this one, right? Whirling Tornado is an undefined standard arcana, which pairs up quite well with Bladed Buckler and Voxel's Pendulum for that defensive usage. Really, it is a whirlwind, and most whirlwinds are quite good. Similarly to drills, which we will cover later down the line, at destroying projectiles as they hit many times a second, and the first level generally just get rid of all projectiles, and then they just keep going. So Bladed Buckler and Voxel's Pendulum help you keep that defensive barrier, that defensive, specifically projectile barrier up, but also this essentially is a physical barrier as well for anything trying to come close to you, which is quite fun. The unenhanced version of this deals decent damage at a great coverage around you. It grants you a decent amount of signature charge, and it's easy to use, and grants you great amounts of projectile destruction. And when enhanced, it has slightly higher damage, which is very nice. I like this tool. You can certainly use it for room clear, you can use it for boss clear. I like to use it kind of like a flame breath. Just get up close and personal to the boss, use it, deal some damage, destroy all their projectiles, you're good to go. Just keep moving on. Keep moving on, Butterfly. Let's just keep moving things on with Tearing Whirlwind, one of my favorite abilities of all time ever. I'm sure you know by now, Tearing Whirlwind is a melee movement standard arcana, not a jump. That means soccer cleats are alright if you want to use this as your main damage tool. I would highly recommend you don't do that. So instead, here's my proposal: just build cooldown reduction with jumper cables and destructive abacus plus Wings of Icarus. The goal here should be to carry along enemies with you and then drop them off into pits. That way you heal with the Wings of Icarus, and you will pretty much immediately regain your cooldowns using destructive abacus, which is amazing because it does not only count for Tearing Whirlwind but also other abilities. The unenhanced version deals very poor damage at a great coverage around you. It grants you a poor amount of signature charge generation. It's easy to use, although it forces you to move. The enhanced version, on the other hand, grants you passive movement speed while using this ability. Is it passive or active? Who knows? I suppose it is active, as you have to use the ability in order for the passive to kick in. So, Tearing Whirlwind, damage-wise, is quite bad, but in any room with pits in it, this is quite a menace, and there are a lot of rooms with pits in it. Just the fact that you have to sacrifice your standard slot for an ability that essentially does nothing for a floor or two until you can find a better replacement to deal damage, or an addition rather to deal damage. I have to put it into C tier automatically. It goes with these wimp abilities. It is pretty fucking bad, although not as bad as any of these. I feel it is still capable of killing enemies. All right, it's still capable of climbing them up to follow that up with a very strong signature. But in and of itself, it's nothing more but a supportive / utility tool. Next is Heroic Leap. Yet another heroic spell. Yay! Heroic Leap is a melee movement standard arcana, which is actually a jump. Who would have guessed? So Vicious Bunny ears are sweet, Soccer Cleats are sweet, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fire Paintbrush, you know the drill, you know the ladder. Unenhanced, this deals a great amount of damage, especially to the single lifted up target, as this is a two-part ability essentially, right? So you deal AoE damage around you, and you lift up one target, and you deal so much damage to that target. You pretty much just one-shot them if they're a regular enemy. At a great coverage, you grant yourself a great amount of Signature Charge generation. It's easy to use, it forces you to move forward, but it grants you iframes. So invulnerability while jumping. What more could you want from the jump? Oh, right, when enhanced it also slows enemies in the immediate vicinity, which is just such fun. I love that. It's gotta go... It's a little bit more clunky overall, I would say, but it is still a jump overall. So, though I put it up here, the damage is fantastic. It doesn't really work on bosses that much. It works fantastically on regular enemies. But since it doesn't work greatly on bosses, which is what I rank most of this stuff on at the end of the day, I suppose I would put it like right over here. I feel like this makes for a good split between these kinds of ranged abilities, because it's more reliable than Flame Fusion. It may not be as impactful against bosses, but against regular rooms this thing is quite a menace as well, whereas Flame Fusion can struggle against regular rooms. Right, moving on to Airborne Slam. Yet another jump. Where is it? Can't find it. I can't see it. My friend, Airborne Slam. A melee movement standard jump arcana. Vicious Bunny ears are busted as fuck. Sucker Cleats are just as overpowered, really. Jumper Cables are just as overpowered, really. Dark Katana and Fire Paintbrush. Let me quit talking here. Just as overpowered, really. Unenhanced, this thing deals great damage, great coverage, great signature charge generation, easy to use, forces you to move, invulnerability while jumping, and slows enemies. Unenhanced, keep that in mind. Enhanced, just more damage. This thing essentially covers entire rooms. The only downside is that you can actually miss it if you're a complete donkey, because you can jump across enemies by being too close to them. But hey, you'll figure out about the third time you use this ability. This is about the most busted that a jump can become. My lord, does it look acrobatic and cool, and it just feels like that. It just feels like total annihilation. To me, it's better than Heroic Blaze, even against bosses, even as the signature version, although we're not explicitly looking at those here. This thing is crazy good. Rushing Typhoon is next on the list. Now the question is, what is Rushing Typhoon? Probably this thing over here. Rushing Typhoon is a melee movement standard arcana. Is this a melee movement standard arcana? I'm not so sure, I think it's this one. Rockslide Tomahawk, Seismic Entry. Yes, Rushing Typhoon. Melee movement standard arcana, not a jump actually, unfortunately. But still, Soccer Cleats, Jumper Cables, and Dark Katana are going to do quite a solid for this particular ability. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage and a decent coverage, going to do a great amount of signature charge generation. It's easy to use, forces you to move forward, no iframes. It's not a jump, keep that in mind. When enhanced, it deals more damage. It's just a very solid dash damage ability overall. Very comparable to these overall, but I would say with a little bit more flexibility built in. Doesn't really force you to overextend as much as these other two here do, consistently that is. Fading Petal is next on the list, and it's right over here. Fading Petal is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up very well with Family Seal, Reinforced Braces, Gloves of Gambit, Ring of Reserves, Chaos Visor, and Fire Paintbrush. You can tell this ability is great by the items I just enlisted. There's a lot of very, very strong high power stuff in here. The unenhanced version of this ability deals great damage at a decent coverage, grants you a great amount of signature charge generation. It's rather easy to use. It requires a fast combo as a follow-up, unfortunately, because you pull enemies right up your face, but it also slows enemies at the same time. So hey, if you can actually succeed the combo, just holding out the combo and not taking damage, you gain just massive benefits off of using this ability, and it has multiple charges. Keep that in mind. This thing, like a single one of them is already very good, but having multiple, being able to slap a ring of reserves on it, and additionally cooldown reduction, which is something I haven't even mentioned here, like holy shit, that is just too much. When enhanced, deals even more damage. This thing is very good. Absolutely A tier. I just don't really know where to go with you, my friend. You are a melee ability, probably right here. The fact that you can just deal so much damage is ridiculous. Or probably right here, because hey, melee is always a little bit worse than ranged, and most of these are ranged after all. It's a little bit inflexible, right? You have to be quite mid-rangey overall, and that already means trouble. You have to be able to get close to enemies consistently and stay alive and not take damage and not be interrupted and get out of it and yada yada yada. Shearing Chain next on the list. I've seen you earlier, my friend. Where did you go? Where did you go? Shearing Chain. Hey, how's it going, my friend? Shearing Chain is a melee movement standard arcana, which pairs up very well with Soccer Cleats, Jumper Games, and Dark Katana for those damage increases. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, grants you a great amount of signature charge. It's clunky to use and forces you to move forward, but hey, you can get used to it rather easily, I find. The enhanced version deals more damage at a great coverage. Very good ability. I've used it quite a lot. It's very melee centric, so probably right here deals just so much damage, but I find it very similar to Burn Cycle overall. Maybe a bit better, like maybe a bit harder to use generally, but definitely better damage wise. It just feels so smooth using this ability. Sparring Typhoon is next on the list, and I still have no clue where to look for it. I think it's this actually. Sparring Typhoon is a melee standard arcana, pairs up alright with Family Seal, surprisingly enough, Analytical Monocle, Dark Katana, and Tesla Coil for that sweet damage up. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage at a poor coverage, granting a great amount of signature charge. However, it is clunky to use and forces you to stand still while using it. Whereas the enhanced version simply grants you a large damage up. So, this particular ability, I suppose it's alright. I think it's gonna go into B tier somewhere. I'm not feeling an A tier here at all. It has great capabilities for AoE and single target damage alike, so it'll probably go to the top of A tier. I find it clunkier to use for sure than the Meteor, but hey, it's also a lot more impactful when I do use it properly. Moving on, what's next on the list? Next is Dragon Blast. Dragon Blast is a very fun ability, very underrated. I wish this could actually be a signature, but hey, that's off topic. It's an undefined standard arcana, which pairs up very well with Bladed Buckler, Analytical Monocle, Fire Paintbrush, and Singing Bowl. Oh, the Singing Bowl, it's such fun. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage. Oh, pardon, didn't mean to move the mouse. At a decent coverage, granting us a decent amount of signature charge. It's very easy to use, has a decent amount of projectile destruction built in, and it will slow enemies and push them away. Sweet lord, that's a lot of shit. The enhanced version, on the other hand, deals more damage at great coverage with great projectile destruction capabilities. Nothing and no one will get close to using this ability, and it deals so much damage at the same time. Bladed Buckler is just a freebie on top. Very strong ability, going to the very top of AT, I would say. Keep in mind that the unenhanced version is not as impactful, but still one of the more busted abilities in the game for sure. I think it'll go right here. Yeah, I feel like the dragons are quite comparable, as both of them are essentially missing their counterpart, and Flame Fusion is just ridiculous even in and of itself, without actually enhancing the damn thing that is. Gale-Force Alignment is next. Gale-Force Alignment is an undefined standard arcana, which hits very frequently with a lot of tiny tornadoes, so Bladed Buckler, Permafrost Cube, Noxious Dapper Cap, and Whimsical Explodium. Actually quite fun options here. Bladed Buckler is self-explanatory. We have a lot of these tiny little tornadoes whirling around, so they will automatically catch any projectile pretty much and just obliterate it. Permafrost and Noxious Dapper Cap are actually quite interesting choices because it's a line-based skill shot which will entrap enemies that walk into it or that get caught up in it. So Permafrost abuses the fact that every single hit I deal to enemies has a chance-based hit to freeze enemies, but this particular ability, it doesn't break the freeze, right? Even though it hits them multiple times, it just keeps them frozen for the entire time. That means they will take all the damage once frozen inside, and they will be rendered unable to do anything whatsoever, whereas Noxious Dapper Cap does the same thing, but it just poisons them with the many hits while keeping them caught, while keeping them trapped inside, so they will have to nevertheless suffer that very high, but very slowly ticking poison damage. Whimsical Experium does essentially the same thing. It keeps enemies trapped, right? So Whimsical Experium will proc at least occasionally when enemies die inside and cause chain reactions inside of this Whirling Wind area. The unenhanced version of this ability deals decent damage at a decent coverage, granting it 4 mana signature charge, and it is quite easy to use, and when enhanced it deals more damage at more coverage. Quite a neat support ability for sure. It has the capability to both clear rooms and kill bosses, so it's gotta go like here, I'd say. It's not super powerful by any means, the damage is pretty lackluster, but you can definitely do quite a few things with that thing. For sure, it is very similar to Flamewall, but it can also deal damage, and you can also apply status effects. The thing is, the damage isn't very high, so I think I gotta lower it at least a little bit. Yeah. Probably I'll just leave it at the bottom of BT, honestly. Most of these abilities are just more useful, even though they can't be used as well for either boss killing potential or for like for clearing out rooms. This ability is mostly a support ability after all. It's not so much damage ability. It wouldn't feel fair to put it around the top or middle of BT at all. Moving on to Wind Flurry. Wind Flurry is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up quite well with the Family Seal, Bells of Gambit, Ring of Reserves. Fiery Paintbrush and Voxel's Pendulum has a lot of charges, so you can deal a lot of damage per charge. The unenhanced version deals decent damage, I would say, at a poor coverage, unfortunately, by default, granting a poor mono signature charge generation, and it is quite easy to use. And when enhanced, it deals great damage, great coverage, and has a great amount of signature charge generation. It's just great overall when enhanced, but the unenhanced version is very detrimental. So while I will put it into A tier, you really have to get this enhanced, and only then will it actually rise through the ranks here. Overall, this ability can be quite fantastic when you have the right support for it, i.e. minimum the enhancement, but preferably any of many items that can support it decently well. Stormdraft is next on the list, which is actually that of its Mach Stunner. Where's Stormdraft? I can't see it, right? I can't seem to find it. Right there, Stormdraft, alphabetical order. I'm just sorry. Stormdraft is a projectile standard arcana which shows a great amount of support for both Family Seal and Gloves of Gambit, which is a little bit unusual. Fiery Paintbrush, Bladed Buckler, Chaos Visor, and finally Electrifying Smock. Well, I just recommended a bunch of items. Realistically, I would pretty much only pick either Bladed Buckler or Electrifying Smock here, because I don't generally run this ability, or I recommend running this ability as main damage tool. You can do it, absolutely. I just really want it. Feels odd, feels off, and it doesn't really work all that well. It works alright, I would say. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage and a decent coverage, grants you a poor amount of signature charge generation. It's easy to use, and it stuns enemies when pushing them into a wall. This is where Electrifying Smock comes in, as well as cooldown reduction potential if you want to use this as a supportive ability. When enhanced, it also destroys all projectiles touched, essentially. It's like a bat screech. Has great projectile destruction, so that's where you could use like a Family Seal plus a Bladed Buckler and many other quirky combinations. Overall, this thing isn't too valuable, I'd say. B tier will do. It certainly gets the job done, but it definitely takes some time to do anything really, and you can't shove bosses with this, so it just has innately a lot less value than other abilities, because that's kind of the whole point of the ability. You want to shove people into walls and stun them and afflict extra effects and whatnot. Cyclone Boomerang is next on the list. Cyclone Boomerang is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up very well with Family Seal, Reinforced Braces, Gloves of Gambit, and Fiery Paintbrush. It's a very typical Boomerang ability in that it's pretty mediocre to pretty damn strong. It starts off mediocre and you can make it very, very strong with a couple of items and or upgrades. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage with a great coverage, grants you a decent amount of signature charge, and it is quite easy to use. The enhanced version of it deals more damage and more coverage. This thing overall is pretty darn solid. I would put it probably up here, although maybe even here, like right here, because it works independently, right? You can put a bunch of stuff on it, but generally you don't really have to, which is very much unlike these two over here, which work pretty damn well, but not really so much independently. Like, they do work well if you don't get to upgrade them, for example, but Cyclone Boomerang just works a little better in my book. Has more coverage overall, and it's a little more flexible. Alright, next is Mentis Imperium. Mentis Imperium right over here is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up alright with Gloves of Gambit, Fire Paintbrush, and Chaos Visor, pretty much just to hope to finally raise that damage up, because the unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a very poor coverage. It's pretty much a single target spell. That's insane. That is ridiculous. That should have been a basic arcana, nothing else. The decent signature charge generation granted per hit doesn't really say, because it has a rather lengthy cooldown. It's rather easy to use because you only have to hit a single target, really. You just shoot one arrow, play Cupid, hit a single target, and it will charm the enemy head, which doesn't work for bosses, obviously, and especially less for Sora, because he would be immune to it either way. So that's very annoying, huh? It definitely works in rooms if you want to turn an enemy to become one of your allies to bodyguard for you or something like that, but hey, you cannot really have too much base damage, because then you might just kill the enemy straight up. So is this really useful? Hey, that's quite debatable. The enhanced version of this ability charms the enemy for dealing more damage. I mean, just wow, this ability is pretty damn terrible. You can still use it decently well for room clear and for single target clear. It's ranged with a rather long range, so I would put it probably right here. Honestly, I truly believe that Tearing Whirlwind is a better ability than Mentis Imperium, and both of these are, in their own way, particularly terrible and particularly amazing that you can actually use them and what you can actually do with them. But Mentis Imperium is always going to be inferior, no matter how you actually use it. There's really only one or two ways you can make use of this particular ability. Blowing Falconry is next. Talking about underwhelming abilities. This is an undefined standard arcana which pairs up alright with Ring of Reserves, Roxel's Pendulum, and Nerite Shell. It's really it. It is meant to be a damage ability, but I use it as a support ability for the main part here. The unenhanced version of this has a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage, technically room-wide I suppose, or between enemies I suppose. The poor amount of signature charge generation doesn't help at all. It is quite easy to use on the flip side. The enhanced version deals slightly more damage at a slightly greater coverage. This ability is very underwhelming, still probably better than some other abilities down here, but I do still prefer like Firewall. But Firewall is just really the lazy man's projectile destruction tool, right? If I wanted a good projectile destruction tool, I wouldn't be getting Firewall. If I needed to, because I didn't have any others, I didn't find any others, and I really need one, I'm gonna pick it up, but generally it's pretty bad. And Falconry, whatever the hell this is called. Oh, Blurring Falconry. Yeah, sorry. Blurring Falconry is actually so fucking horrible, and it's so annoying to use. It has so many charges, and it feels so annoying to use, and it looks so annoying, it sounds so annoying to use. I'm gonna rank it below a bunch of other abilities. Looking into the next ability, this is a very interesting one. Very underrated. I have recently fallen for it. I've recently fell in love with this particular ability. It's Breaking Twister over here. Breaking Twister is a projectile standard arcana, which pairs up exceptionally well with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, and Permafrost Cube, which is fucking sweet, because we are using the fact, yet again, that tornadoes hit just a billion times per second, and instead of breaking freeze and other status effects, we reapply them essentially. Or rather, they never stop as long as enemies are caught in the ability. So Permafrost is amazing for this particular ability, especially when it's unenhanced, but also when it is enhanced, I really don't care much about that, personally. Gloves of Gambit is just super duper impactful, and so is Chaos Visor. But the main kicker here is Hunter's Stiletto. My lord, is that busted. That is one of the most busted synergies in all of Wizard of Legend, and I've only very recently found it in pretty much the making of this tier list. And man, I wish I had made a build on Breaking Twister, just focusing on that synergy. It's so good. You have to try it out. Go try it out, please. The enhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage, getting a poor amount of signature charge generation. It's easy to use, has a decent projectile destruction capability, and it'll slow enemies, which is essential for Hunter Stiletto, right? You need an ability that already applies a status effect at low levels, i.e. when unenhanced, preferably, right? When enhanced also, it deals great damage. Decent signature charge generation. It's much easier to use, and it will stop when it reaches the first enemy. It will not keep going any longer, which both has advantages and disadvantages. Essentially, the coverage goes down a little bit, but hey, the versatility goes through the roof, and it's just so good. The great projectile destruction definitely also helps greatly. This ability has just catapulted itself to the very top of my tier list, honestly. Maybe one of the best abilities in all of the game. Now, the only thing holding it back is its very slow movement speed. It is quite a sluggish ability in that it is very similar to a Flame Fusion or a Dragon Arc. It just won't read like a boss quickly enough, and it needs a while to apply all of its damage. So this should be your main focus within your build, and you should really play around it. Otherwise, I feel like the second you have a Hunter Stiletto, which is something that you can actually start out with, this is mind-bogglingly amazing. But even without a Hunter Stiletto, this is a very fine ability that works independently, both as a support and a main damage tool. It's so good. Moving on to Wind Sentry. Wind Sentry is a projectile stun arcana, and one that I used to love and use everywhere, anytime, especially when I was new to the game and didn't really know any better. I don't really like it nowadays. It is still quite impressive looking at the raw base stats of this ability, but when you actually use it in practice, it's a whole lot less significant overall. For Wind Sentry, I would recommend Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Fiery Paintbrush, and Chaos Visor just to yank up those damage numbers. Family Seal is especially neat for me personally, as I love signature charge builds. The enhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage, albeit only to a single target, pretty much, because otherwise it just splits the damage and you deal tiny bits of large amounts of damage to multiple targets, but they're never large enough to hit anyone else, even if you had used this like 3 times in a row or something. This thing is generally not gonna kill. This is not gonna cut it as an AoE tool. You want to use it as a single target damage tool, or mostly single target damage tool. Besides, you will also deal damage at a great coverage, which works kind of against how you want to use this ability, and you generate a great amount of signature charge, while having this being easy to use. The enhanced version deals more damage, and that's about all I can say about it. It's quite a fun ability for killing bosses, quite a satisfying ability for sure, but overall not super high impactful on the overall cause and outcome of your run. And when you have a large amount of base damage increases, as in Curse Rags and whatnot, this can actually double down as an AoE, just kill everything in the room type of ability, but it can still miss very frequently, especially when there's a lot of fast moving enemies. I don't really know where to put it, probably above Wind Flurry. I'm just not a huge Wind Flurry fan personally, and Wind Sentry can still get a lot of work done even without any support whatsoever. It's still a pretty damn good ability. I wouldn't say well-rounded at all, but baseline it's a pretty damn strong ability, regardless. Furious Tempest is next on the list. Furious Tempest is a projectile standard arcana, one of those charged abilities, so obviously we have the usual synergies here with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Fiery Paintbrush, and Chaos Visor to yank up those damage and signature charge generation numbers. When unenhanced, it deals a decent amount of damage and a decent coverage, granting you a great amount of signature charge. It's easy to use, and when enhanced, it charges up twice as quickly. Nothing wrong with this one. This is a fairly average ability, quite alright, honestly. I don't see anything wrong with it. I wouldn't say it's A tier because it doesn't scale as well, or it doesn't seem to scale as well as Raging Inferno. Does it go here? No, I think it goes higher because it is quite versatile after all. Let's be honest here. But I prefer the Meteor because I don't have to charge it. Like with the Raging Inferno, I always want to charge. I get so much value, so much extra range. But Furious Tempest, I do still get that, but it feels like I'm doing less with it, if that makes any sense. Although maybe I'll put it to the top. After all, this is quite a strong ability and quite versatile, both as a short-range stun tool or a wind-up, just kill all in the room, damage everyone, group them up, or spread them apart type of tool. This can pretty much do it all, but its scaling isn't that great, I feel. So it doesn't exactly warrant putting it in A tier. Moving on to Gust Volley. Well, that's an interesting one, I can't really recall. Gust Volley, I believe is this one, right? Gust Volley is a projectile standard arcana, which pairs up quite alright with Gloves of Gambit and Chaos Father. That's really all I can tell you about it. The unenhanced version of it deals great damage when using it properly, that is, at a decent coverage when using it improperly for the most part. And it'll grant you a decent amount of signature charge generation, assuming that you can hit it consistently. Now, here's the kicker. It is very hard to use efficiently. It must be used like a point-blank shotgun in front of one main target. Otherwise, it'll just tickle all your foes. It'll hit the entire room, but it'll practically do nothing. Damage-wise and signature generation-wise, it doesn't really do much. When enhanced, it deals more damage, so it's a boss killer pretty much exclusively. You can, of course, use this to deal some damage to the current room, but it's never really gonna be all that great for doing that. I feel like putting it right here. Let's move on to Sonic Breaker. Sonic Breaker, that's such an epic name when you think about it, but this really isn't an impressive ability whatsoever. Sonic Breaker is a projectile standard arcana, with features such as Reinforced Braces, Gloves of Gambit, Fiery Paintbrush, Bladed Buckler, Chaos Visor, and Sonar's Hatband. So we have a lot of usual, this is a tornado, it loves to destroy projectiles type of stuff here. We have a lot of, yeah, let's yank out that base damage, and we have a Sonar's Hatband, because this is an ability that you cast and you control. It's a remote controlled ability. You can let go of it at any time, but there'll be a short delay until you can actually get back on your feet and dodge enemies and stuff. So Sonar's Hatband helps you not be hit, or at least not be interrupted while using this ability. This ability is very, very weird. I find a lot wrong with it, but also there's a lot of intricate details about it. The unenhanced version deals decent damage every hit, at a decent coverage, getting a poor amount of signature charge generation. It is very clunky to use because it forces you to stand still and get interrupted pretty much every time. It grants you a decent amount of projectile destruction out of the box, and when enhanced, great damage and great projectile destruction. Because you shoot like 30 of these tiny little whirling winds, and you can control them however you want, and they can hit the same enemy once. Not more than once, really, just once each, which is kind of very hard to do. They move extremely slowly from your character upward. You have to stand still during the entire duration. Not holding down the shoot button, the ability button will essentially cancel the ability and leave you very vulnerable, and it is really not the easiest ability to make work. You can have quite a lot of cool synergies, but generally I feel like you need some of them, like Reinforced Bases seems mandatory. If you don't have that, if you don't have like a Sonar's Hatband, you may be in for a very bad time here. So where would I put this ability? I find it hard to rank it. Honestly, I don't know quite yet, because I've played with it quite a fair bit. Probably C tier, honestly. Like, even a good player can't really make this thing work very well. I sincerely doubt that this, like, you can hit the same enemy a million times, and with incredibly high crit chance and high base damage, this thing is invaluable. The thing is, in a regular run, that's not happening. It's just not gonna be happening. Maybe C tier feels a little unfair. It is still fairly alright, but you need, like, more base damage. Guaranteed. You always need more base damage when using this. I'll put it right here, because it is a damage tool. It's not so much a support tool. You can definitely do something with it, but you just need so much support to make it work. to make it work well, that is. It does work in and of itself, at least for the first few floor, the first 2 floors or the first few floors. Doesn't really matter. This thing is gonna do the job, and after that, it's gonna rapidly fall off. Its power really just declines like that. It just flatlines if you don't have anything to throw its way. Mach Stunner is next on my list. Oh, these are getting hard to find. Mach Stunner is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up very well with reinforced braces, gloves of Gambit, and electrifying smock. That's really all I can tell you about this ability. I wouldn't use this as a main damage ability. The unenhanced version deals poor damage and poor coverage, but you poor amount of signature charge generation. It's easy to use and it stuns enemies and wobbles them back and forth. The enhanced version has decent coverage, but it is clunkier to use overall because of that weird ass animation and the range and the way it just moves enemies back and forth. I would really only use this as a support tool to stun enemies, so electrifying smoke is your best bet. If you already got an electrifying smoke, might as well pick up Mach Stunner. Wouldn't ever do it the other way around. Nope, can't recommend at all. This thing is pretty horrible. Probably ringing for the worst ability in the game. But there may be a worse ability that I have inside. One particular ability that I really want to unleash my hatred on today. Mach Stunner is pretty damn terrible though. I would probably actually prefer having a ward over Mach Stunner. Vacuum Seekers is next on the list. The Vacuum Seekers are a summoned standard arcana which pair up with Grimoire of Ruin, Archaic Chi-Chi, Pop-Up Primer, and actually Yuna's Storybook, because these things are quite valuable and I want them to remain alive for a certain period of time. So Yuna's Storybook is sweet for these, especially for transitions between rooms, like finishing a room, casting this per accident, and then getting to the next room and still having them in time. They are actually very valuable. The enhanced version of Vacuum Seekers deals great damage and great coverage with no signature charge gain as per usual. They are very easy to use and they slow enemies when they kamikaze into them. And when enhanced, they deal more damage and more coverage. They really feel amazing. I already like the Fire Seekers, but the Vacuum Seekers generally are just out of this world. I really love the feel. But again, it's a summon ability, doesn't really get much better than like B or very low A tier. For room clear purposes, I really like them a lot. I think I will put them... The fact is, you can, like, if there's a room with a lot of waves in it, right? You can absolutely not just use them right away. Well, you can use them to get rid of one wave. You want to group up that wave and then kill them with this. But you won't have another ability for the next wave. Whereas with some of these abilities, I can still use them afterwards, like Explosive Charge, for example. I think I'll put them right here. Seems to be an alright count, maybe a little higher. Maybe a little higher, actually. Now that I think about it, most of these, like a few of these abilities, I can only use ones as well, and they have a rather lengthy cooldown. They are not a guaranteed kill, pretty much, on a wave, but hey, Furious Tempest can absolutely be a guaranteed kill, so I think I'll leave it at that for now. Alright, Whirling Wind Agent. Whirling Wind Agent is yet another summon standard arcana which pairs up with Grimoire of Ruin, Archaic Chi-Chi, Pop-Up Primer, and Yuna's Storybook. For that duration, the unenhanced version deals decent damage at poor coverage, granting you no signature charges per usual. It's very easy to use, and when enhanced deals more damage. These things are very melee-centric. That means naturally they will die a lot faster than other summons, and naturally you can control them very poorly. So they gotta go like right here. As much as I like summons, they are really not that good for dealing damage. Still better than a few other abilities in the game, apparently. Ward of Winds is our final wind ability direct here today. Ward of Winds is yet another summon buff. Standard Arcana, Yuna's Storybook, Demi's Teapot, and Pop-Up Primer are the regular recommendations here, and the unenhanced version of course deals poor damage at a decent coverage with no signature charge generation. It's easy to use, occasionally slows enemies, and when enhanced the coverage essentially doubles as with all wards, except Wind is worse. Slow doesn't deal any damage, and beside that, well, Wind Ward just makes wind abilities better. Wind abilities generally are not looked upon very favorably here for me. At least when the bodies where I have to cast them inside of a given range. With fire it's a lot easier generally, but with wind, a lot of these abilities they want to be thrown and forgotten about, or well, you move while using these abilities, so your positioning has to be pretty peak to use this board in the first place. Which is just my way of saying I really don't like wind abilities generally. I know this tier list may say something else to the viewer. Maybe I've just been lying to myself for years, but generally there are just so many poor wind abilities I prefer others, including another ward. Let's move on to the next element with Earth, starting things off with Magnetic Follow-Up. Where can I find you, my boy? Right here, Magnetic Follow-Up, of course, is a projectile buff standard arcana. What a mixture in it. Damage Teapot, of course, fits it very well as the regular Evening Gloves, Candy, Sidewinder's Badge, Reinforced Braces and or Flight Gauntlet, and additionally Gloves of Gambit due to its enhancement. The unenhanced version deals no damage and no coverage with no signature charge gain. It is easy to use and grants another indirect damage buff, very similar to the first ability that we looked at here today, Fueled Berzerk. The enhanced version of it deals poor damage and poor coverage and stuns enemies with projectile damage. So that's what the Gloves of Gambit can actually be built for if you are actually a lunatic and running this as an independent ability without any actual plans here for your build overall. This ability is quite alright, I would say. I do like the rocks a little less than Fueled Berzerk because Fueled Berzerk is just so much more versatile. You just have to know how to use your basic ability, and you usually carry your basic ability depending on your needs, right? Whereas with the Magnetic Follow-Up, well, you still have to be able to hit the rocks, and you still have to sort of aim where you're going, and you may not even be able to focus on your basic arcana. Like, I know these reasons are not very good, okay, but hear me out. I just don't really like it as much. I like the focus being on my basic arcana and making it faster, because that tends to be much stronger. Then I can shoot more candies and poke more Dark Katana and poke more Reinforced Braces and Flat Gauntlets and whatnot over the Magnetic Follow-Up, where I need other items. I need the Reinforced Braces for the Magnetic Follow-Up. I may need Gloves of Gambit for the Magnetic Follow-Up. I may need a more crit chance for the Magnetic Follow-Up, or base damage for the Magnetic Follow-Up. I don't focus so much on just attacking faster, poking more candies, which is what I highly prefer, and what I feel may be more reliable, but hey, I don't really care about what's more reliable here overall. I'm just judging what I feel, what I believe, what I thoroughly think is overall more consistent. And Fueled Berzerk is just incredibly consistent. You really don't need anything. You just slap that on an already pre-existing basic arcana and you're good to go. Whereas with the Magnetic Follow-Up, most often you will need one of like 3 particular basic arcana to make that ability work. Alright, moving on to Earthen Aegis. Oh yeah, I've been waiting for this day for so long. Earthen Aegis is a melee standard arcana, which really only passes well with things like Roxel's Pendulum, a Paralytic Venom Stone, or a Sleepy Thunderstone, because it sort of forces you to get up close and personal to enemies if you actually want to deal damage with this melee quote-unquote ability. Roxel's Pendulum is nice because you can use this tool defensively, at least to practice, and these stones, well, you can choose any really, though I highly prefer Paralytic Venom Stone because it roots enemies in place so you can do more damage to them, just help you dish out some damage here, that's all. Whereas the Thunderstone helps you stun lock enemies occasionally to break the aggro, Venom Stone is quite obviously here for a reason. The unenhanced version of Earthen Aegis deals very poor damage for me. It has a decent coverage, although it grants you no signature charge generation even when you hit an enemy with it. It is incredibly clunky to use. This is supposed to be a damage ability, huh? Really? Is it? Is it really? Enemies will target the shields hovering around your body. Fun stuff, right? So they act as target dummies, but also, well, they don't really break aggro. Do they? You can't really hit enemies with them. You can only use this either defensively or offensively, but both versions kind of suck donkey dick for melee enemies. And for ranged enemies, you do have a decent amount of projectile destruction on paper, but in practice, the gaps in between these shields are way too large. It is way too difficult in 2D to actually make a shield connect with a projectile. It should be the other way around. The projectile automatically connects to the shield because you're shielded in a 360-degree angle, okay? But often projectiles literally just slip right through the shields and hit you, your character model. It's ridiculous. This ability is utter horse shit for absolutely anything that you can use it for. Compare that to Vortex Veil, and you really know what you're looking at, man. This thing is garbage. When enhanced, you have more coverage with your beautiful shields that still will not work, especially on later stages with a increased rapidity, an increased velocity of projectiles coming your way, of large projectile waves, that is. So this thing goes at the very bottom of the tier list, and it will remain that forever. Period. I don't care, this thing is utter garbage. I want to make it work, I want it to be good. It's not. It's not at all. It doesn't do at all what it came here to do, and that makes me just so mad. It's a wall of shields that literally this shield. It doesn't work at all, and it doesn't even knock back enemies or anything like that. When you walk into them, it literally doesn't work at all how you would expect it to work. It doesn't work. Period. Terra Ring is next on the list, a very, very interesting ability, one of my all-time favorites. Terra Ring is a melee standard arcana that pairs up exceptionally well with Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, Singing Bowl, notice a pattern there, and Electrifying Smoke. Similarly to many other abilities, this hits pretty damn hard, so it'll leave enemies stun locked, and Electrifying Smoke therefore can be incredible. It can be a gem of a relic and super duper fun to hang out with as a friend. The unenhanced version of Terra Ring deals great damage at a decent coverage. It also will grant you a decent amount of signature charge. It is, however, very slow to use because, well, these rings have to expand from you, right? You're the center of the ability, and that obviously, your positioning obviously will determine how effective this ability can be. Generally, it's quite clunky to use when unenhanced, but hey, it can hit the same enemy multiple times if I recall correctly, right? Because of its waves of damage, rings of damage, and that's amazing. Potentially so much damage, especially with the Dark Katana and Fiery Paintbrush and whatnot on it. When enhanced, likewise, it's still amazing. It deals a little less damage, a great coverage because it is instant use, so it's much easier to use as well, but the compensation is you'll deal slightly less damage at a much greater range. Still absolutely fantastic ability, hits very, very hard, and it's melee ability, so it's gotta go up here, right? It is like an exploding fireball in that regard, when enhanced. Now the thing is, we are not ranking enhanced abilities, we're not ranking signatures, so unfortunately I have to lower it a little bit, and take into account that the unenhanced version is kind of a pain in the ass in certain situations, although still ditching out ridiculous amounts of damage. I think I'll put it right here. I still find it very reliable, but you can definitely end up fucking things up with this ability, maybe right here. It may deal more damage than these two, for example, right? But hey, I mean, it is also definitely not risk-free. It's high risk, high reward, I'd say. Moving on to Grasping Earth. Where is it? Grasping Earth is an undefined standard arcana which pairs up well with Analytical Monocle and Fiery Paintbrush and probably a slew of other things, but I really only focus on these two personally. When unenhanced, it deals a decent amount of damage and a great coverage around your character. What? It grants you no signature charge, very unfortunately, and it is very slow to use. But when enhanced, luckily, deals great damage, and it is quite easy to use, because it's much faster, it's instantaneous in fact. So this thing, from that point onwards, is an absolute treat to work with, but the unenhanced version, unfortunately, is just complete ass. It's complete ass. It's so good, but still so hard to use. I want to rank it 80, it's just not. It's not at all A tier, because of that unenhanced version. That's pretty much unignorable. I don't really know where to put it, but the damage it deals is crazy good. It's just too slow, and it leaves you essentially stun locked yourself every time you use it. So, it's gotta be worse than all this stuff. This is easily usable probably here, because here we're getting to a point where everything down here either doesn't deal great damage or it's too clunky to use. This is very clunky, but it has a very high amount of AoE damage that it deals rather reliably. So I would prefer this over like a Gust Volley and this thing, Flame Breath, and probably even my boys over here as well. So I'll leave it right here for now. Just no comments added here at all. just a tiny tear rolling off the cheek of my face. Seismic Entry is next on my list, and Seismic Entry is right over here. Seismic Entry is a melee movement standard jump arcana. So Vicious Bunnies are amazing, Soccer Cleats, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fire Paintbrush, you know the drill. And additionally, Kasim's Airy Cloak can be quite nice, because this is a jump that will leave you vulnerable after a short period of time. After landing, that is. So Kasim's Airy Cloak can absolutely compensate for that vulnerability if you mistime your ability, and then, well, you will still eat one probably major hit, but hey, nothing else afterwards, so that's great in it. This is overall a pretty impactful jump, I would say. When unenhanced, it deals decent damage, it has a great coverage, it will grant you a decent amount of signature charge, it's rather easy to use, grants you invulnerability while jumping, and when enhanced it deals great damage, and it just feels pretty alright as an AoE tool. Not nearly as great as any of our top contenders, but still fairly alright, I'd say. Probably worthy of a spot right here, I would say. You just have to be able to use this decently well. If you are a complete donkey with jumping abilities and timing your abilities, this ability can just be super detrimental. You can literally just jump into pits, or jump at the worst possible time, not avoiding any damage, taking damage before you jump, taking damage after you jump, and yeah, you can get into all kinds of shenanigans where you get stun locked shortly after by a bunch of rogues, beating them to a corner, for example, and literally go from 500 to 0. Aegis Charge is next on the list. Now the question is, what is Aegis Charge? Probably my super duper amazing shield over here. I love this ability. I love this so much. This is my boy. Look at him. This is a melee movement standard arcana. Not a jump, unfortunately, but still absolutely outstanding with soccer cleats, jumper cables, dark katana, fiery paintbrush, and electrifying smoke, because it also stuns. And it's so fun. So fun. Just raise that base damage to the moon, and some stun and some versatility. This does absolutely everything for you. The unenhanced version of this ability does a decent amount of damage at a decent amount of coverage, I would say. It grants you a great amount of signature charge. It is rather easy to use. It grants you a shield while dashing. Shield health means that when you take damage, the damage is first dealt to the shield, then the remainder is dealt to your HP. And whenever damage is dealt to the shield, not to your HP, you won't be interrupted, you won't be stun locked. That's amazing. You literally just power right through the pain. It also has a decent amount of projectile destruction. And when enhanced, it deals great damage. It's easier to use, and it has greater shield. This is the shield charge. I mean, that's amazing. I love shield bashing my enemies. That is so fucking cool. I wish it were a jump, because then it would absolutely be at the very top of my tier list. It's unfortunately not, because it's a little sluggish, especially when unenhanced. It's very comparable to this jump, except jumps are actually completely safe, and this one isn't exactly. Damage wise and AoE wise, it's also not as great as these abilities. I would compare to Breaking Twister. Speed wise, yeah, you are the Breaking Twister, but with a massive shield in front of you. Which is amazing. I love that. Moving on to Tectonic Drill, one of the coolest abilities of all time ever. Tectonic Drill, a very shallow ability on the surface, but actually looking into it, you will discover a hidden diamond. Tectonic Drill is a melee movement standard arcana which pairs up exceptionally well with all of the following items: Bladed Buckler, Soccer Cleats, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, and, dare I even say, Sarno's Headband. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, granting you a great amount of signature charge generation out of the box. It's easy to use with very versatile movement while using it, and it'll grant you a great amount of projectile destruction capabilities. So, Bladed Buckler is self-explanatory. Soccer Cleats and Jumper Cables are just making an outstanding ability even better. Dark Katana is ridiculous. Fire Paintbrush is just straight up unfair. And Sarno's Headband will help you use this very long duration ability without being cancelled at any given point, which, hey, you may want to get at some point. Like, you may tell yourself, yeah, I'm a fucking professional at this game, but hey, use Sano's Headband, okay? You can't be interrupted, no matter whether you make a mistake or not, okay? You literally don't even have to think about that, argue about that. Well, I never make mistakes. No, you will literally not make a mistake with Sano's Headband. They will not happen. You will just override them entirely, just eradicate them entirely. The unenhanced version of this ability is already ridiculous, but when enhancing it, it gains more damage, more signature charge generation, it's so unfair, and more mobility and versatility because you straight up essentially gain a second charge of this ability. It's a dash, a very long range, long duration double dash that you can angle however you want. You can dash in and out and in, out and out, and in, whatever you want, man. It's crazy good. Oh, this thing is so good. It's so incredibly good. This has got to be to the very, this is the very top of the S tier. One of the most busted things to ever grace the face. Oh, I can't even talk. One of the best things to ever see the light of day. It's ridiculous. However, in the grand scheme of things, jumps are still more ridiculous, I'd say. So we'll put it right over here, because, I mean, you get a double dash with the enhanced version, but you don't get iframes. Really? Come on, you're gonna do me like that? Alright, cool. Moving on to Stalwart Defenders. Right over here, our beautiful 2 chess pieces. Stalwart Defenders is an undefined standard arcana, which pairs up quite well with Fiery Paintbrush, Analytical Monocle, Singing Bowl, and Electrifying Smoke. Love stunning, love dealing high amounts of damage to a large crowd of enemies. The unenhanced version of this deals great damage at great coverage with great signature charge generation. It's clunky to use, because it blocks off enemies, and you need a lot of room to use this ability, and definitely don't use it in corridors, definitely don't use it in closed spaces like tiny rooms. You really have to know what you're doing with this, so I have a few trial runs for this. I'm talking a few, not just one. You're not going to learn this in just one. It's kind of clunky, kind of really clunky. Blocks off enemies, and the enemies will target the statues like decoys. The statues will just stomp up and down and not give a shit. The enhanced version deals more damage, grants you more signature generation, and it's slightly easier to use. Very good ability, damage-wise. Incredibly clunky, though. I don't think a lot of people even know how to use this thing. It's definitely A tier to me. It's like a Terra Ring, but fully unfolded right away. So I'm gonna be putting it right here. It's really good. Maybe a controversial take, but this ability is like really, really good. You can't really enhance it at all. It's pretty much just what it is, right? What you see is what you get, but put a Fiery Paintbrush on it, god damn it, man. Make it stronger, put like a double trouble on it, and you'll see this thing can work absolute wonders. It may be a little clunky, maybe a little sluggish, but hey, it's cool, it's stylish, and it deals fuckloads of damage without any help whatsoever. Shattering Strike is next on the list. Shattering Strike, one of my all-time favorite abilities, is a melee standard arcana which pairs up exceptionally well with Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, and Electrifying Smoke. You see a pattern here? I feel like I'm just a broken record. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage with a decent coverage, with a great amount of signature charge generation. It's easy to use and grants you a great amount of magic illustration, so it's all round just great. For the old version of this particular ability, especially looking at the signature here, wink wink, I definitely also would have recommended Singing Bowl. You can still do that today. I don't really frequently do it because I just love using this permanently whenever it's up, just all the freaking time. When enhanced, this ability has more damage and even greater coverage, which is just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous ability. This is the melee version of Exploding Fireball and Raging Inferno, I suppose, and therefore it's better than minimum Exploding Fireball because you can slap a Dark Katana on it, and you can't do that with the Fireball. It's simple as that. I mean, Fireball may have range, may have width, may have girth, but it's not. Really, you can't put a Dark Katana on it, okay? So shut the fuck up, Fireball lovers. I don't give a shit. I love Fireball likewise, but Shattering Strike is just so much better, especially the old signature version of it. Let's not talk about that. Right, Fadeaway Rhythm is next on the list. Fadeaway Rhythm, right over here. Fadeaway Rhythm, what a weird ability. I really like it. I really try to make it work so many times, and I failed miserably. I just suck donkey dick is the conclusion here. This is a melee movement standard arcana, also a jump. The weirdest jump in the book, really. So you can use Vicious Bunny Ears, you can use Sucker Clue, you can use Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fire Paintbrush, and you should probably use a Sano's Headband so you don't get cancelled, because this thing has no width at all, pretty much. It's just like a single target jump, so you will get cancelled.
it'll just happen. It's so clunky as well, from start to end to afterwards. It's just so weird, so awkward. It's like an awkward handshake, personalized in the body. The unenhanced version of it deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, grants you a great amount of signature charge generation. It is very clunky to use though. It forces you to move forward and you get no invulnerability while jumping. The enhanced version deals more damage. Sweet, you may think, but the single targetness of this ability is... it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Ridiculonculous. Where do I put you, my friend? Where do you go? Probably not here. Not anywhere inside. Maybe here, but it's still very hard to use, so it's gotta sit with these guys, I think. And some of them are actually easier to use. I think Blazing Blitz is easier to use than Fadeaway Rhythm. Sorry, it's just really rough for me personally, so I have to lower it drastically. This could probably be A tier if you're like an incredibly strong Wizard Legend player. I'm not at all. Not at all. I'm sorry. I suck donkey dick. So to me, I'm not seeing the vision here. I don't see that Fadeaway Rhythm could be that great to me at any given time without like an insane amount of practice. Soaring Ivy. Oh yeah, I love that. I love that. Soaring Ivy is a melee movement standard arcana, also a jump, very cool jump. So Vicious Bunny is Sucker Cleat, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, and Electrifying Smock. Yeah, Electrifying Smock with a jump ability. Holy shit, what? That's amazing. The unenhanced version of this ability deals decent damage. At a poor coverage, yeah, but you just wait. Granting a decent amount of signature charge generation, it is clunky to use and can be interrupted before actually connecting to a target, which is very awkward, not just clunky, straight up just, cringe-inducing, you want to sink it to the ground type of levels of cringe. But it grants invulnerability while jumping, hey, and it stuns enemies. Oh, hell yeah, that's amazing. A jump that stuns enemies with invulnerability, so cool, count me the fuck in. Also, very high skill ceiling, and when enhanced, deals great damage at a decent coverage, and it stuns long while. This thing feels like you're a fucking ninja, and I love it. It's definitely far from perfect, but it is really good. Keep in mind, you get iframes when using it, which is not commonly well spread knowledge as far as I know. It is not as simple and straightforward to use as other jumps like Seismic Entry, but still, regardless, so good when you know what you're doing. It's a line-based skill share with iframes while flying into your enemies. That is so cool and so badass. Let's move on to Hammer of Atlas. Hammer of Atlas is a melee projectile movement standard arcana. Holy fuck, that's a lot of words. So, what you can run with this, short answer, everything. Long answer, soccer cleats, gloves of gambit, dark katana, fiery paintbrush, bladed buckler. Yes, that one's amazing. Reinforced bracer. Yes, that one's amazing. Mystic monopole. Yes, that one is amazing. And finally, electrifying smock. What? That's like the best of all worlds together combined. Like ice cream and holidays and cute kittens and whatnot. The unenhanced version of this ability deals great base damage, decent coverage, decent signature charge generation, keeping the ball low. It's easy to use and very versatile. You can use it for projectile destruction, up like in your immediate vicinity, or as a ranged tool, as a ranged stun tool, as a ranged poke tool, as a melee damage tool with a ranged factor to it, so you can attack multiple groups of enemies at once. You can just straight up slay all enemies in a group in your vicinity. It's just so good. It also grants you a decent amount of projectile destruction, if that hadn't been obvious previously. When enhanced, it grants you more damage and a great coverage and more signature charge generation overall. This is one of my favorite abilities in the game. I should have played more with it. I have a dedicated build to it, one of my favorite builds of all time, one of the first videos I dropped on this channel. It's so fun. It's so good. It's absolutely A tier, and I just don't really know where it's gonna go because it's clunkier than a whole lot of other abilities. It's clunkier than Dow for sure. And it's not the most reliable damage dealing asset, but I would say about as reliable as Fading Petal, probably. Yeah, maybe not as reliable as Burn Cycle, but Inferno Cannon. Yeah, I guess I'll put it right here because these two are just way higher damage ups. They play in a whole different league overall. Moving on to Razor Petals. The Razor Petals are a projectile standard Arcana, which pair up very well with Family Seal. I also really like Reinforced Braces, although that's a story in and of itself, because it's the old boomerang shenanigans. You have to throw this behind an enemy, because like the second you throw it and it connects to a projectile, it just disappears forever. You throw it behind an enemy and then it comes back, it'll destroy all the projectiles on the way, like by default. And then with the reinforced braces, hey, now you can throw it without destroying the damn projectile by accident, so you can practice more stuff. I like that. Overall, it's not like super necessary, but hey, you can definitely do that. Gloves of Gambit are neat, Ring of Reserves are great, and Roxas Pendulum likewise is amazing for extra DPS and extra versatility. The enhanced version of this ability deals decent damage at a decent coverage with a great amount of signature charge generation. It's clunky to use, can be destroyed before fully forming. Yeah. When enhanced, it deals slightly more damage. This is pretty damn alright, I would say. Nothing wild. You have plenty of charges to use this ability overall. I feel like it's great for healing with crit builds. I really like that. So I see it on level Sonic Breaker, but inferior to Sonic Breaker overall. Like to a good Sonic Breaker, or a decent Sonic Breaker player. Rock Solid Tomahawk is next. Rock Solid Tomahawk is, of course, a very infamous projectile standard Arcana, which pairs up exceptionally well with Family Seal, Reinforced Braces, Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, and Singing Bowl, but only really as the signature. I mean, you can still pull that off as the standard, but hey, is the main focus of a build really gonna be a Rock Solid Tomahawk standard? Why don't you just use the signature? I mean, but hey, that's not up for debate here. Singing Bowl is amazing on this ability, regardless of how you actually end up using it. The unenhanced version of Rock Solid Tomahawk, of RST as I like to call it, because we're young and cool and fresh in head, deals a decent amount of damage with a decent amount of coverage, a decent amount of signature charge gain, and it is very easy to use and quite versatile. Because the kicker is, this is a non-charge based ability, but it can be used repeatedly as both a ranged and melee damage tool. That, my friend, is ridiculous. Why? What's the reason? I mean, that's so cool, but I have to know why. How did you get to that? How did you come to that conclusion? That's so cool. You throw out a bunch of axes, they come back to you like boomerangs, they will rotate around you for a while, like the duration of the ability. They will deal melee damage around you, very tiny melee damage, but you can throw all of them out, and they will pierce enemies left, right, and center, and come back to you, and just keep doing this, keep ricocheting between you and the enemies, and it's amazing. It's so good. It's one of the most busted things in the game. One of the highest damage potentials of all abilities because of that ridiculously long duration and so many hits with so much of a base damage here overall. The accumulation is ridiculous. When enhancing it, I mean, great amount of damage, great amount of signature charge generation on every hit. Really? That's ridiculous. That is so good. This thing is going, of course, into S tier. It is reusable, so it will deal more damage than a lot of these other abilities overall. However, keep in mind that that takes a lot of effort and stuff, and I'm quite lazy. I like just tossing in a Fireball or Seismic Slam or Raging Inferno and literally watching the world just explode in a nuke, okay? Whereas the Rock Solid Tomahawk, it actually takes a lot of effort, and you actually have to know what you're doing somewhat and dash around the place, trying to maximize the value of the ricocheting Tomahawk. The Tomahawks flying back to you, that is. Just, it is really not a breeze in that, but hey, even a completely brain-dead player can probably utilize this at least pretty alright. But generally, on like my personal level of play, I feel like this is one of the best abilities in the game. Bar none. It's so good. And generally, like, once you actually learn how to use this, and that it is reusable, and that you shouldn't just walk into enemies with the melee damage aura, it's so good, and it's incredible at keeping enemies just permanently stun-locked, including bosses. Sometimes you can just ditch out insane levels of damage. Knockout Boulder is next on the list, another one of my all-time favorite abilities. Knockout Boulder is a projectile standard Arcana which pairs up very well with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Fire Pen, Electrifying Smoke. It's really just an exploding fireball that can also work very well with Electrifying Smoke. The unenhanced version deals great damage at decent coverage with a great amount of signature charge gain. It is easy to use. The enhanced version deals more damage with even greater coverage. This thing is, yet again, win S tier. It's an exploding fireball with less support because it's in the earth element, but overall, no, I still feel like it's worse, to be honest. Like, I really love it, but unless you have it enhanced, I feel like it's just worse than an exploding fireball because of that lack of range, the lack of oomph at the end of the line there. Next on the list is Toxic Bowlers. Toxic Bowlers used to be one of my favorite abilities in the game, funnily enough. It's a projectile standard arcana, which is quite underwhelming, unfortunately, for which I can recommend running Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, and most importantly, Pandemic Pouch. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of base damage at a poor coverage with a poor amount of signature charge gain. It is quite easy to use, and it poisons and roots enemies, and that's about all it really does. The enhanced version deals damage at a decent coverage with a great amount of signature charge generation actually, and granting you a decent amount of projectile destruction, but the greatest pitfall of this ability is really that the entire ability can only hit the same enemy once. Not every single projectile, but the entire ability. That means you cannot use this as some sort of shotgun ability, otherwise it would be quite amazing. I would love to use this similarly to a Gust Volley over here, but no, you cannot at all do that. This severely limits the damage you can deal with this, even though it's a fantastic crowd control tool, especially when enhanced. But I'm sorry, man. Toxic Bowlers has gotta go into low tier, probably somewhere around here, because it doesn't even scale well, especially when compared to these abilities over here. If it could use the shotgun blast, maybe, sure, but since the damage will never really scale all that well, can only ever deal X damage, where X is the base damage of the ability, there's really no point running this as your main damage tool whatsoever under any circumstances. Next on the list is Violent Thornstorm. Violent Thornstorm is a projectile standard arcana. Violent Thornstorm is one of those charge it up, let it rip types of abilities, so Gloves of Gambit are nice, Roxel's Pendulum I actually really like on this ability because of the debuff it inflicts. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage with a decent amount of signature charge gain. It's fairly easy to use and poisons enemies when fully charged up. It leaves a bunch of venomous spikes on the ground when, well, it's actually cantrips, right? And when enemies walk over them, they'll be poisoned, which is nice. The enhanced version is easier to use as it charges up twice as fast as per usual. I would say this is a whole lot less impactful than a lot of other charged abilities, as the radius just isn't great, and the cantrips are also not very good, to be honest, and poison just takes down for too long. So overall, not a very impactful ability. Not sure where to put it on the tier list here. It is a ranged ability. It has the capability of clearing out an entire room, but it probably goes right here, honestly, because it deals alright damage to AoE groups, it deals alright damage to single targets, but nothing wild out of this world. It's perfectly dead center in the middle of B tier. Moving on to Obsidian Cascade. Obsidian Cascade is a projectile standard arcana, which I like to pair up with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, and Electrifying Smock when enhanced, that is. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage at a poor coverage. It grants you a decent amount of signature charge generation per target hit, and it is quite easy to use. You just walk up to an enemy, you unleash on that one enemy, try and build up as much signature charge as possible, and you keep moving on, essentially, right? When enhanced, additionally, you deal a great amount of damage with this ability, and you will stun any enemy hit. So that's where Electrifying Smock comes in, and you can actually seldom use this as an AoE crowd control tool. I really like this ability. I think it's pretty darn fun. Not so much as a standard, but definitely as a signature. But even the standard version of it is fairly decent. It just definitely struggles with getting cornered and circled and surrounded by large groups of enemies. So I will put it over here along with Stormdraft. I feel these are very similar abilities, only here really for one particular purpose, and they kind of suck at everything else. Spiral Rumblers is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up very well with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Narrow Shell, Tesla Coil, and Permafrost Cube, due to the fact that we are abusing drills, which similarly to whirlwinds hit the same enemy multiple times, reapplying debuffs, like the Narrow Shell Slow, the Tesla Coils, Electrocution, or the Permafrost Cubes. Frost or freeze, which is great because we don't break them, we just push enemies away, we slow them down, damage them, keep reapplying freeze, while also damaging them and pushing them away from us. Now that's really just a great zoning tool. Family Seal allows you to get self-explanatory. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage and great coverage with a decent amount of signature charge generation. It is fairly easy to use, and when enhanced, it'll deal more damage. Quite a neat fanning type of crowd control ability, if I do say so myself. And unlike some certain ice abilities, you don't exactly apply any debuffs for this ability, so slap some unnatural debuffs on it, wink wink, with those relics, and you will find yourself having a jolly old time controlling large groups of enemies. I would put this probably right here. It doesn't have the greatest amount of boss killing potential, but just for hitting the entire room, like a mini boss room, or even just a regular boss room, trying to destroy a bunch of projectiles with those drills, it can definitely work wonders for you. And I really like this ability in the Sewer fight, even though it may not in and of itself deal large amounts of single target damage, even when hitting the same enemy with all drills. It is quite nice to have this on you for the Sewer fight and for rooms. You have to do Sewer eventually. There's no other option. There's no secondary end boss, right? So I will rate it on that, but none. Moving on to Rock and Roll. Rock and Roll is an undefined standard arcana which pairs up decently well with Family Seal and, I would say, Narite Shell, Phoenix Talon, and Permafrost Cube. It works very similarly to the aforementioned Spiral Rumblers in that way, where you already want to capitalize on the Family Seal, right, on generating signature charge, so as to gain value from other abilities. Narite Shell is great to move enemies away from you while also slowing them down so they won't even get to you in the first place afterwards. And Phoenix Talon is great for essentially having more time than with these Spiral Rumbles, right? Rock and Roll pushes enemies away for longer, I feel, so Phoenix Talon will gain more value than a Tesla Coil. Tesla Coil just applies a debuff that shocks very quickly, but it's very quickly over, and Phoenix Talon will burn, it'll deal damage to enemies a little longer, and you can kind of abuse that fact, I feel. Permafrost Cube is just the same, just push enemies away while freezing them. They can't do anything about it, they will probably be frozen afterwards as well, and that's just very nice to look at. It's a great supportive ability in that sense. Unenhanced, this has a decent amount of damage at a great coverage, although it's mostly length, not width, with a decent amount of signature charge generation, and it's fairly easy to use, and when enhanced, you gain more coverage overall. This is worse than Spiral Rumblers, although in the same boat overall, and I do like this ability, but I do find it a lot more clunky because it doesn't have a fan shape. It doesn't have a nice spread like these Spiral Rumblers do by default, and so it is much harder to use to actually try and clear rooms with this particular ability. I feel like it should probably go right here, if not lower. Gust Volley is definitely more versatile in like hitting entire rooms, but not as great at actually dealing damage and keeping enemies away from you. And neither is what is it called? Grasping Earth? Is it that? Because it's just too sluggish. But Rock and Roll is kind of, well, it's kind of a compromise in the middle there. It's not very fast, but it definitely keeps enemies away from you. Just not all that many enemies, or enemies in like a large angle to your character model. Right, moving on to Dragon Dive, yet another exciting dragon spell. Yippee! Dragon Dive is an undefined standard arcana which pairs up very well with Family Seal, Analytical Monocle, Narite Shell, and Noxious Dapper Cap because it works very similarly to the aforementioned Rock and Roll. We love to push enemies away, slow them in the process, probably push them into like a pit, and if we can, just slow them so they'll be far away from us. Noxious Dapper Cap is great here instead of the Phoenix Town because we actually knock them incredibly far away from us and very quickly so as well compared to the Rock and Roll. So you do have a lot of time to just walk around and let the poison wear off and deal a bunch of damage to the enemies that way. I just kind of like that idea, right? You might as well run a Phoenix Town or a Tesla Coil. Does it really matter? I'm not sure. I just feel like you can really afford using a Noxious Dapper Cap here for a little bit of extra damage per tick, which I find nice. Analytical Monocle is just good because this ability, unenhanced, has a great amount of damage with a decent amount of coverage. Family Seal is for that great amount of signature charge generation baseline. It's very easy to use. The enhanced version has even more damage and more coverage. Super duper strong supportive ability, but also with a strong focus of actually killing things, finishing them off. It's yet another Dragon ability. It's very versatile. It has too long of cooldown, unfortunately. It is too fast, so it won't give enemies nearly enough time to actually enter the AoE. That's really my experience with it. I'd probably put it right here, as the damage is actually very, very nice. I like it quite a lot. Even the signature charge is just out of this world. It's very nice to toy around with, but generally for room clear, it's not as great. It's not the greatest by any means, and for boss clear, it's not the greatest either by any means. It's just very much above average and very, very usable throughout your run. You definitely want to upgrade this, but you don't need to do it innately. Like, this thing is still pretty darn good when enhanced. Rippling Rupture is next. Should be this one right here. Rippling Rupture is an undefined standard arcana, which pairs up quite well with Family Seal, Analytical Monocle, and yet again, Nerai Chal and Permafrost Cube. Because... actually, that's the wrong ability. This is the right ability. Because it is a line on the ground, which works very similarly to a bunch of other types of traps that remain on the ground for a while, like Firewall or Gale-Force Alignment. This is more akin to Gale-Force Alignment, really, because you leave this like persistent trap on the ground which constantly deals damage to enemies. Unlike Gale-Force Alignment, this doesn't pull them in, it pushes them away. So what you want instead to zone them is a Nerai Shell, so they will remain on there for slightly longer, and a Permafrost Cube, or that is a Permafrost Cube, so they will actually remain on the track taking all damage. Analytical Monocle can be nice for the damage, Family Seal can be nice for the Signature Charge, but that's really the essence of it all. You want to try and deal damage with this ability, right? So you got to keep them on the track, either using other abilities, or in our case, relics, to achieve that. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage. If you can actually get all of the damage off, at a decent coverage with a decent signature charge gain, and it is fairly easy to use. The enhancement deals more damage and more coverage, which is very, very nice. That having been said, you really need support to keep enemies on here, and it definitely won't clear a room by itself because they get pushed aside like there's no tomorrow, man, and they just stop caring entirely. So while it has just so much damage potential, I have to rank it like down here with Gale-Force. It's mostly a supportive ability, as much as I wish this could actually deal large quantities of damage, but you have to essentially cut enemies against walls, or like cut them behind the wall and make them not walk around the damn thing and stay on it and yada yada, and that's just way too much effort, and it's way too hard to do in this particular game. Earthquake Axe is next on the list. Earthquake Axe is an undefined standard arcana, pairs up very well with Family Seal, Ring of Reserves for that extra charge, Roxas Pendulum for that extra charge gain, Analytical Monocle for the crit chance, my lord is that important here, and Electrifying Smoke because you have an innate stun on this ability. The unenhanced version features a great amount of damage with a decent amount of coverage, I would say, although that is very debatable, with a decent amount of signature charge gain, and it is fairly easy to use. I found it incredibly difficult when I started out Wizard of Legend, but nowadays, I like looking back, I just feel like an idiot. I feel like it's very easy to use overall. The enhanced version deals more damage with more coverage. It really has a ton of coverage, a lot of impact, a lot of damage, signature charge, and crowd control. This thing is quite nice. I'm not sure where exactly to put it. Probably A tier, but where though? I feel like it's better than Stalwart Defenders. It is incredibly solid for sure. Probably not better than Aegis Charge actually, because Aegis Charge also is defensively countertated, whereas Earthquake has just pure offense, just bash your brains in type of playstyle. Let's move things on to Embracing Vines, which is actually this arcana over here. It's more of a supportive ability, but hey, it's an undefined standard arcana, and I would recommend, if you had to use this as your main damage source, or as a main damage source, I would recommend slapping a Family Seal or an Analytical Monocle on it, but that's really as far as I would take it, considering slapping items into your build specifically for a particular ability. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage with a great amount of signature charge generation. It's fairly easy to use and will root enemies. The enhanced version, on the other hand, deals more damage at greater coverage and will additionally poison enemies, which is quite a nice supportive ability overall. It can definitely be used preemptively in front of enemy spawns and stuff. I like these kinds of shenanigans, but it does require quite a lot of preparation. So, I mean, the crowd control is still pretty darn good, better than for any of these jumps slash dashes. So I think I'll put it right here for now. Moving on to Prickly Belay. Prickly Belay is an undefined standard arcana. It works alright, Family Seal, Tesla Coil, Permafrost Cube, as you do actually hit like a billion times per second, although the unenhanced version deals decent damage at most, with a decent coverage, a great amount of signature charge generation actually, but you really have to focus on a large clump of enemies for that. It is quite clunky to use and you really cannot control this well at all. It's just a dancing fucking cactus, like, come on, die. The enhanced version deals more damage with more coverage, which is alright, but this is overall a bit of a joke of an ability, really. Surprisingly enough, you can actually make it work decently well. I'd say it goes right here. It's really not that great. It's really not that good. And maybe even down here, because I feel like at least I can make the summon work rather easily with like a Grimoire of Ruin and whatnot. The Prickly Belay, yeah, you need a lot of things to really get that arcana going. Next are the Stone Seekers. Right here, Stone Seekers are of course a summon standard arcana with the Grimoire of Ruin, Arcade Cheat Sheet, and the pop-up primer. We love to hear it. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage with a decent coverage, no signature charge gains, it is fairly easy to use and when enhanced. These will also leave poison puddles behind that will poison enemies respectively. These do feel quite vicious, but they're really not as good in practice. I do like them quite a lot. Poison puddles can definitely help clean up the rest of the room, but these are not gonna by themselves destroy any rooms by any means. So I would probably rank them like down here underneath the Thornstorm. Earth Stomp Agent is the agent for our Earth element. Sweet, innit? The Earth Stomp Agent of course is summon standard arcana, which we can pair up with Grimoire of Ruin, Arcade Cheat Sheet, Pop-Up Primer, Yuna Storybook, and finally Electrifying Smock, because this thing loves to not poison but stun enemies. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage and a great coverage with pretty much no signature charge generation. Hey, who would have thought? It's very easy to use. It's very easy to use and it'll stun enemies. The enhanced version, on the other hand, simply deals more damage and, well, it has more coverage theoretically, but I really like Earth Storm Agent. It's really damn fun. Great tool for crowd control, okay tool for boss damage, but it's just so slow, it'll often miss the jumps mid-air because, well, while mid-air the boss is actually moving and stuff. I will put it right here. It's a great tool for crowd control, really not for boss damage over, or maybe over here, because the Fire Seeker is actually way better for both of them, for both crowd control, like short-term crowd control that is, and for just killing bosses outright. They seem to do a greater job overall, although some agent just so disproportionately is so much stronger for crowd control. Ward of Stones. Ward of Stones is of course a summon buff standard arcana with the Grimoire of Ruin, the Yuna Storybook, Pop-Up Primer, Demi's Teapot, and Electrifying Smock. You can make this ability work. It is, when unenhanced, capable of dealing a decent amount of damage with a decent coverage. It doesn't exactly run any single charge, who would have thought. It is easy to use and it occasionally stuns enemies. When enhanced, you pretty much double the coverage as per usual. This is one of the better wards in the game. For sure, I will still rank it alongside of all the other ones in the game because they all suck damn donkey dick. No matter what anyone tells me, these are merely support abilities, nothing else. That's their purpose. They're not meant to be used offensively as a main damage tool. It's not gonna happen. Lightning Aspect! Introducing us to the Lightning element. Lightning Aspect is a melee buff standard arcana which can definitely be supported using Demi's Teapot, as well as the Evening Gloves, Candy, Sidewinders, Bats, Reinforced Braces, and Deflect Gauntlet. Just the usual shenanigans. The unenhanced version is a buff, so no damage, no coverage, no signature charge. Easy to use, grants an indirect damage buff. When enhanced, poor damage, poor coverage, and shocks enemies nearby repeatedly. Which is fine, I suppose. I'm really not a big fan of this. It is very melee-centric, so it's like Magnetic Follow-Up, but with a bit of a twist. I think it is. I think it's actually worse. I think it's actually worse than the other buffs here so far, which leaves me in a bit of a yeah. I don't really know what to put it. I'm in a bit of a pickle right now. I feel like it's still A tier because it is still fairly good for crowd control, but the lack of versatility, the lack of range here really hurts it in any given situation, whether that be a boss kill or mini boss kill or just a regular room. And so I feel like it'll probably go somewhere like over here, being outranged by simply better abilities overall. Mach Sphere is next. Mach Sphere is another buff standard arcana, which pairs up alright with Bladed Buckler and Demi's Teapot for the next generation and Signature Charge Destruction. Well, yeah, it's kind of Signature Charge Destruction, eh? Because you like destroy projectiles and you're destroying a signature bar afterwards. Straight up obliterating that shit like a toilet after having had Taco Balsam. The unenhanced version of this deals no damage. It has a great coverage on your character. It gains you no signature charge. It is very easy to use. It grants an indirect damage buff, and it grants you great projectile destruction. Why does it grant you an indirect damage buff? Because it will destroy certain projectiles flying your way, and others will just orbit around you, which you can then make orbit straight up into enemies. Or, well, you just get very close to the enemy and decide to destroy all those projectiles instead, proccing a Bladed Buckler. A Bladed Buckler. The enhanced version of this ability also shocks enemies whenever you hit them with one of those orbiting projectiles, which is quite fun. Nothing spectacular. It's pretty self-explanatory that this thing only repelling projectiles is very, very low impact on your run overall. There's not that many projectile focused enemies in this game, so it's absolutely not a necessity to have an ability like this. It is definitely on one level with Firewall, although I would argue it is much worse because you really need a Bladed Buckler. But just to insult everyone out there, I'm gonna rank it about right here above Earthen Aegis, because Earthen Aegis, while it is basically the same thing, is still worse. Like, so much worse. At least I can use Mach Sphere into bosses specifically like Freya or even Zeal, for example, and to great effect. But Earthen Aegis is just complete donkey dick. I'm sorry, it's never gonna get any better. Shock Nova is next on the list. Oh, what an interesting ability. Shock Nova is an undefined standard arcana. Pairs up very well with Family Seal, Analytical Monocle, and Hunter's Stiletto. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage if you charge it all the way through. It has a decent coverage with a decent signature charge generation. It's easy to use and shocks enemies. And when enhanced, it has an even greater coverage, which is fantastic. And it is even easier to use, which is just amazing. I really like this thing. It's a lot like this grippling grip thingy, whatever the hell it's called, I always forget. However, Shock Nova feels like it's actually viable straight out of the box, whereas grappling, whatever the hell the name may be, is really horrible when unenhanced. Shock Nova still isn't a very good ability. You need enemies close to you, which is always very risky. You need to charge an ability, which makes it twice as risky, and the payoff, while it may be worth it when fully charged, on average, may not be worth it, especially during later rooms, later stages where everyone is just so fast. Even when enhancing this, it might fall off eventually that you still have to charge it every time. Because there's no point past the enhancement where it gets any better, even including items. Really, you can't really make this any better. Volt Pinball is next on the list. Where is it? Somewhere down the line, right? Volt Pinball. Volt Pinball is a projectile standard arcana, which pairs up quite well with the Gloves of Gambit and Cobalt Firestone, as well. It kind of forces you to get close to enemies, might as well stay in their range afterwards to do some damage with the Cobalt Firestone. Gloves of Gambit is just a neat little addition. I didn't really find any other particularly unique synergies here, besides the thing maybe like on-hit based status effect applicants, for example, but other than that I really can't think of any great synergies here. The unenhanced version of this ability features a poor amount of base damage and a decent coverage pretty much the entire room, as it ricochets between enemies, granting a poor amount of signature charge generation. It's quite easy to use generally, and when enhanced it deals more damage with more coverage, which is quite nice. Overall, not really a treat of an ability, not exactly anyway, but quite a usable one for sure, and it definitely has a place in certain AoE shaped builds. Wink wink. Look up one of my videos. I have used this in one particular video, and my lord, this thing can go absolutely crazy from 0 to 100 very quickly. On the other hand, on the off chance you're using this as your sole damage output, as your standard ability, that is, Oh, mama. What do we do with it? It's really not all that great. I would probably put it like right here. I mean, it's gonna hit the entire room, so it's gonna do you a solid, but yeah, well, it's not gonna kill the entire room, so probably more along the lines of these two, honestly. Yeah, they will hit the room, but they will not really do any significant amounts of damage. They can, absolutely, but generally, are they gonna? I don't think so. Yeah, I think this is the appropriate place for it. Thunder Drop is next on the list. I find these lightning bodies to be really hard to tell apart, to be honest, so excuse me, but this might take a while. Thunder Drop is right here. Thunder Drop is melee movement, standard arcana. Of course, it's a jump again. Yay! So Vicious Bunny ears are nice. Soccer Clades, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fire Paintbrush. You know the drill. Also, Kasim's Airy Cloak. This one works very similarly to Seismic Entry. I would argue this might be even worse than Seismic Entry. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage, grants you a palm one of Sick Charge. It's easy to use, grants invulnerability while jumping, and it'll shock enemies. Isn't that amazing? And when enhanced, it'll deal more damage with great coverage. So coverage-wise, yeah, but damage-wise, compared to other jumps, nay, not so much, not that great at all. Now Seismic Entry, I have rated very high up the list. Thunder Drop, I find even more clunky to use. So it is still a jump though, so I will put it right here. You can still make the best of it if you train enough. If you just give your absolute best, you can still make this work very, very well. But for the average user, I feel like it's a B tier, or maybe even lower. Who knows? Who knows, man? I'm not an average user. I'm just one person, right? Next in line is Voltaic Needle. Voltaic Needle is a melee movement standard arcana, which I absolutely love. I adore this thing, especially in high-paced builds, like in boss rush builds. This thing is absolutely fucking thrilling to use. I highly recommend slapping Family Seal on it. Besides, you can also slap Soccer Clades, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fiber Paintbrush, and the other usual items on it, but Family Seal is especially important to me personally. The unenhanced version features a great amount of damage, as well as a decent coverage, a great amount of Sick Charge generated. It is fairly easy to use, although it does force you to move forward. And when enhanced, it deals more damage and is easier to use. Much easier to use, I would argue. This thing is super duper strong and it scales incredibly hard with Signature Charge overall. I am very tempted to put this into S tier, although this is just a second Inferno Cannon, essentially. It's just a carbon copy of Inferno Cannon. I would argue Inferno Cannon is better overall because Inferno Cannon has more width to it innately, and Voltaic Needle is just much harder to hit. It's a very thin-lined skill shot. They are very much on one level. I do highly prefer Voltaic Needle personally, but Inferno Cannon just feels so smooth and so much better overall. I can't do it, my man. I can't do it! They have to go side by side. I love my boys. Look at them right there. Aren't they amazing? Alright, next is Shock Assault. Right here, wow. That icon has been compressed to shit. Shock Assault is a melee movement standard arcana. Works very similar to a bunch of other bodies that we've had previously combined. So, Soccer Clades, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, and an Indra's Copper Pipe to make the shock effect be a little stronger. I actually decent choices here to raise its damage output. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage, essentially the entire room, yet again, because it ricochets between enemies, and granting a decent amount of Signature Charge. It is fairly easy to use. It forces you to move forward, but that's not really a big deal because it grants invulnerability while dashing, with a big asterisk on it. You are left quite vulnerable afterwards, and you really have to time it well if you're trying to dodge a projectile using this thing. You have to have an enemy nearby as well to target, because if you can't hit an enemy, well, you're not going to be invulnerable. You are invulnerable for the duration, but it happens so quickly that you will very likely mistime this, especially once they're actually used to other jumps in the game, which are generally very favorable in terms of the win of opportunity that they grant you. When enhanced, it'll deal more damage. This is a very interesting ability, very newbie friendly for sure. You can also fuck up a lot of things using this. It hits pretty much the entire room, and it makes you pretty much invulnerable when you use this absolutely properly. So I think I'll rank it right here. It scales decently well, as it is after all a melee and a movement ability, so I can't really be mad about the rather low base damage of this ability, but I mean, you can upscale that very easily with the aforementioned items and similarly working relics. Moving on to Arc Sphere. Arc Sphere is a melee standard arcana, which works quite well with a Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, Electrifying Smock, and Reinforced Bracers. Let me be upfront with you, I don't really like this ability. I don't think you can do a whole lot with it, but arguably, you can deal a bunch of damage with it. It's just a matter of how to get there. You need relics to do it, and you kind of need a bit of luck or setup. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage if you can actually get it off. At a poor coverage, with a decent signature charge generation, it is easy to use and stuns enemies, which is nice. Sounds nice on paper, right? And when enhanced, it deals more damage with decent coverage. But overall, my problem with this ability, I guess, is just how unreliable it is to hit on large groups of enemies. If I combine this with like a tearing whirlwind, I'd say yeah, sure, you can do it, absolutely. But since you don't necessarily start your game off with an ability or a relic that is capable of climbing up large groups of enemies, this is never going to hit raiders, this is never going to hit mages, this might not even hit lancers in a lot of scenarios, or rogues. They will just dash right out of it, right? They will teleport right out of it. So while it is quite an alright ability, quite alright for boss killing, that is, for crowd control generally, this is not a great fit. I do feel a little biased here, probably bleached by a lack of experience or something, but this is not a great ability in my book. You can do a lot with it, it's very similar to these two. You have to climb up pretty much an entire room in front of you, and then you can just destroy that room. Just as a general purpose type of ability, I wouldn't recommend this. It lacks range. It really lacks range in coverage overall in my book. Or it requires a setup, in other words, something like this ability, or a Tearing Whirlwind, or something like a Gale-Force Alignment. You really need it. Radiant Bead is next. Oh wow, what a treat of an ability. Radiant Bead is a melee standard arcana. And I love combining it with a variety of items. Most importantly, of course, Family Seal. But also Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, Ring of Reserves, that one is pretty big, and Voxel's Pendulum. You have multiple charges on this ability, which when unenhanced does great damage. With a poor coverage, granted, it's pretty much just single target, granting you a decent amount of signature charge. It's very easy to use, and it is stackable on the same target, and it has quite a long duration when it like deals the damage, right? Oh my lord, this thing is so good on single targets, it's ridiculous. And it stacks, not only does it ramp up damage in crits like there's no tomorrow, but also that signature bar. It just happens, man. Like you won't even know, you won't even see it coming. Slap a Family Seal on here and watch the world burn. It is so good. When enhanced, it deals even more damage. This thing is ridiculous. I love it. I can't put it in S tier because it's not an all-rounder. You can't literally use this all the time, everywhere. It's not an all-star. It is quite an all-rounder, I'd say, but not an all-star. It doesn't excel at everything. It doesn't do the S tier shenanigan shit. But man, it's so good and efficient at killing bosses. I don't really know where to put it. Like, probably right here. It may not be good at killing rooms, generally speaking, but this thing, it generates you so much value over the course of your run for those very important high critical targets, right, that you really need killed. You use this ability on them multiple times, they're dead. That's it. It's that simple. You don't really have to worry so much about taking damage when the high priority target is off the rim. There's usually not more than like 1 or 2 high priority targets in a current room config, so you shouldn't be too concerned about the other leftover enemies. When like there's an elemental rogue or something, you go for it. You beat it, because you know that that motherfucker can stun lock you into submission, and you don't want that to happen. And that's what Radiant Bead really does best. Radiant Knockout, on the other hand, is a melee standard ability that really shouldn't have any charges. I already love this to death and beyond, and if you put charges on it, I would just go mad. It pairs up exceptionally well with Family Seal, Dark Aton, and Furry Paintbrush. That's it. That's all you need. No build needed, no other abilities needed, just go for it. The unenhanced version deals great damage at a decent coverage with a great amount of signature charge gained. It's very easy to use overall, and the enhancement just adds more damage, great coverage, and pulls enemies in towards you to combo them off. Oh my lord, this thing is so ridiculous. I would love to chain multiple of them, honestly. Real talk. This thing is S tier all the way. Don't care. I don't care. Don't at me. It does everything. It does AoE, it does signal target. That's it. We don't need for it to do more. It even sets up other abilities. On top of all that, it sets up itself. Okay, instant cooldown reduction. Yes, please give me instant cooldown reduction. Please, more charges on this ability, please. Moving on to Starbolt. Starbolt is a projectile standard arcana, which pairs up alright with Gloves of Gambit, Ring of Reserves, Roxel's Pendulum, and Indra's Copper Pipe. It's more of an applicant for, well, D-Shocks, that is, ailment. It isn't really here to deal large amounts of damage, let's not kid around. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage and you have multiple charges, but hey, do you really want to spam that all at the same target? There's not really a point. Just shoot one of each at different targets and you will be dealing quite a nice chunk of damage. It has a poor coverage, it's pretty much a single target only, granting you a poor amount of signature charge. It's easy to use and shocks enemies, and when enhanced, deals slightly more damage. Fair enough, this is just Raise on Petal, but for single targets, so hey, doesn't really, you know, it's quite average. Not much to say about it, it's just very average. Magnetic Breakers. Magnetic Breakers is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up well with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, and Reinforced Braces, although Reinforced Braces are quite janky, admittedly so. The unenhanced version of this deals decent damage with decent coverage, granting you a great amount of signature charge generation. It is clunky to use, however, because of that weird ass hitbox. It grants you a poor amount of projectile destruction, which is alright, I suppose, but I wouldn't really want to rely on that, bar none. So grab yourself some Reinforced Braces if that's what you're looking for. The enhanced version grants you more damage and decent projectile destruction overall. I feel like this is pretty much just a tool to shove people into pits, and therefore it is definitely on one level with Toxic Bowlers and the likes. I still feel like it's generally less impactful than Prickly Bull Aegis. Hey, at least that can deal more damage, but this really doesn't ever do much damage, even when you have plenty of support. Although it is strongly typed, i.e. it has the projectile category, that's not really gonna save it any day. Nope, not happening. Next is Deferred Dynamo, which should be this one right here. It's a projectile standard arcana and quite a very fun one. You can combine it very well with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Ring of Reserves, Roxel's Pendulum, and the occasional Noxious Dapper Cap, as this will eventually entrap enemies for quite some time, hopefully so. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage and a poor coverage, pretty much just single target damage, granting a decent amount of signature charge generation. It is fairly easy to use, and when enhanced, this is really the key part here, deals more damage. It's much more versatile because it pulls enemies in. It's like a very long line skill shot that will put all the enemies in, and that is amazing because it sets up itself. It has multiple charges. You can easily combine this with other abilities like the aforementioned Hammer Swing up here, wink wink, and my lord is this combo heavy. It's very, very, very good. But in a vacuum by itself, how good is it? Well, it's alright for room clear, it's even alright for single target damage, but more than alright, it ain't in chief, so we probably put it like right here. I like it better than the others here, overall. The Obsidian Cascade arguably is quite alright for single target damage. Deferred Dynamo does everything just well enough to warrant being in B and not being thrown into the pit of shame that is C tier over here, with all these almost good enough abilities. Moving on to Bouncing Surge, one of the coolest support abilities in the game, or even main damage deals if you want. Bouncing Surge is a projectile standard arcana and is very, very simple. I love to slap Family Seal, Glass of Gambit, and Pandemic Pouch on here, even though Pandemic Pouch is fully optional, just for shits and giggles really. The unenhanced version deals decent damage and great coverage, covering the entire room, because it literally ricochets between enemies across pretty much the entire room, and pretty much guaranteed every time, no matter how large the room may be. It hits pretty much every single enemy in that room at least once. It inflicts its damage to them, and it grants you a great amount of signature charge. It is easy to use, and it'll shock all enemies hit. And when enhanced, it deals more damage and it becomes more versatile, which is a big plus for an already fantastic ability. It's not a boss killer at all, although it deals fairly alright damage against bosses. It is, however, A tier just to that huge room clear capability. I would probably put it on a line here with Inferno Beam, which is also pretty much only there for room clear. It can help with boss clear, it's a little bit of extra damage, but it's not gonna mean the world to you, generally speaking. Maybe I'll put it below because Inferno Beam actually does a better job into bosses. So with that logic, I should probably put it like right here. It's still better than Flame Cleaver in my book, both for single target and AoE damage. I don't really like using Flame Cleaver into bosses much. Twin Turbines is next. Twin Turbines is quite infamous in the PvP scene for being completely busted. Twin Turbines is a projectile standard arcana which pairs up exceptionally well with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Reinforced Braces, and Bladed Buckler. It's essentially boomerang, so if you toss this out innately and you hit a projectile before it can unfold, bad luck knucklehead. Because it's gonna disappear entirely. So Reinforced Braces will help you with that, help you mitigate your own stupidity and your own insecurities and your own lack of skill. Wow, did he really just say that? Yes, he did. I don't know why. Bladed Buckler can definitely help out a lot. It can be super duper impactful, especially if you already got Reinforced Braces. I mean, that's just a treat right there. The unenhanced version of this deals decent damage and great coverage, pretty much covering the entire map right between you and a certain one way through this, where you aim this innately rather. Where it's a great amount of signature charge. It is very easy to use. It takes a little bit of getting used to it. Overall, it's quite easy to use, quite easy to hit consistently, especially on regular enemies. Not so much on real life players, but hey, on regular enemies, yeah, absolutely. You can easily do this pretty much all the time. It grants you a decent amount of projectile destruction, and when enhanced, you gain more damage and a great amount of projectile destruction. This thing is very good. I want to put it S tier, but it's not really. It's like Tracer Barrage, if Tracer Barrage were a little worse, I feel. Very similarly working abilities, but I just like Tracer Barrage better. I'm just that type of guy. Moving on to Dragon Circuit. What the hell does that even look like? I don't remember. Yeah. Well, the one that looks like a snake, like a Roborus biting its own tail. Almost like a dragon. Oh my lord! Dragon Circuit is a projectile standard arcana, which pairs up quite well with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Ring of Reserves, Roxel's Pendulum, and Chaos Visor, just anything to make it deal more damage. The unenhanced version deals decent damage, a decent coverage with decent signature charge. It's easy to use, has multiple charges, so you just spam it out. It is pretty much homing, although with a little bit of a twist. And enhanced, it just has more coverage. Pretty damn solid ability overall. Nothing super wild. It will do any job you tell it to, whether that be single target or AoE, although AoE is a little bit unreliable overall. I will put this by Dragon Dive, I think. Well, Dragon Dive is definitely more reliable, and Dragon Circuit, I would say it's better than Hammer of Atlas, because you have multiple charges of it, and that's pretty much the only reason. If you only had one, I would put it a little lower down the list. Yeah. Ball Lightning is next. Boy oh boy, that's a strong ability. Ball Lightning is a projectile standard arcana with the charge and let it rip abilities, but done right, done real right. Amazing with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Fire Paintbrush, and or Singing Bowl. Singing Bowl is just one of the most busted things of all time, really, with these charged abilities. The unenhanced version deals great damage at poor coverage. It grants you a great amount of signature charge generation, frankly. It's easy to use and will shock enemies. And when enhanced, it'll charge up twice as fast. You want to charge this up fully every time, and it'll pretty much one-shot whatever you shoot this at. Single target, keep that in mind, but it is insanely busted. It is so busted. It is one of the best boss killers in the game. It is on a level with Raging Inferno for sure. It would probably trump it in like a 1v1 against boss damage or something like that. I don't know what I'm saying, man. But since we need to view this ability with a generalist type of view, I can put it into S tier. Not quite anyway, but pretty damn close. Probably, oh it's very similar to this ability, where you only use it for one thing, and it does that thing amazingly well. Probably a little lower down because it's worse in rooms. It's amazing into single targets, but those must be either bosses or mini bosses, otherwise this looks like nigh nothing, eh? Whereas the swords, the Radiant Beat, I think it's called, still puts in a lot of work. Do we have any similar abilities right here? Not really. Okay, most of these are actually AoE abilities, but a Ball Lightning is... It definitely deserves a spot in A tier. I don't really know where, I'm not certain, but I feel like this may be a good spot as one of the main boss killers in the game. Boss disintegrators, rather. Dynamic Disarray is next one, and that should be this one, judging by its name. Should be a projectile standard arcana, yeah. Seems about right, seems about like it's ticking all the boxes. Pairs up well with Gloves of Gambit, Ring of Reserves for extra charges, Rocks of Spine for extra charges, and Chaos Visor, unenhanced, decent damage, decent coverage, decent sick charge, easy to use, shocks enemies, enhanced, more damage, just one of those carbon copies, except it feels a little cool. It's like a Dragon Circuit, but a little weirder, less reliable, like a Bouncing Surge, just weirder, less reliable, like a Shock Assault. It's like a lot of lightning abilities, really, when you think about it. It's not that great for single targets, you have to be very close, and probably have to have like a Mystic Monarch or something to even connect all of these to a boss, so it is certainly not A tier. I find it very similar to Spiral Rumblers, but obviously slightly less reliable. You have to have at least some valid targets inside, and these things long range are just complete ass compared to the Spiral. So usually boss fights are at long range, and this thing is great for regular rooms, but for boss fights it's kind of eh. For mini bosses, yeah, sure. For bosses, eh, not really all that great. Bolt Claymore, very interesting ability, has been butchered here with the icon. Bolt Claymore is a projectile stand arcana, incredibly strong with Family Seal, Gloves of Gamma, Chaos Visor, Fire Paintbrush, Singing Bowl, literally anything to slap more damage onto these already busted ability. Unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage, great coverage, great signature charge, easy to use, shocks enemies when enhanced, even more damage, even more coverage. If I had like an insane damage, insane coverage category, this would hit everything. This will tick all the boxes. It is one of the most busted abilities in the game. Does absolutely everything for you. It's like these two if they were like room-wide AoEs, okay? But also the single target damage is quite nutty. It's not a melee ability, so its scaling will never be as good as like Seismic Strike, for example. And to be totally frank, since it doesn't, well, you can just fire it off pretty much, right? But often you may not even land it. It's quite slow. To a good player, that shouldn't really matter, but to a newer player, yeah, you might actually end up missing this, even though it is pretty much the size of like an entire highway. I don't feel like that's worth deducting any points here from the final rating, because then I could also deduct points for all of these, really. Right, moving on and over with Spark Array. What the hell is Spark Array? Is this Spark Array? Is this Spark Array? Is this Spark Array? No, this is not Spark Array. This could be Spark Array. We have Thundering Chain, Spark Array, and Laced Lightning. This is Laced Lightning, this is Thundering Chain. Is this Spark Array? I feel like this is Spark Array. Spark Array, a projectile stand arcana, works well with Gloves of Gambit and a Bladed Buckler. Does that sound right? It sounds about right, I suppose. So, yeah, there's not too many synergies for this particular ability. The unenhanced version features a decent amount of damage, great coverage. Pretty much just hits the entire room at that point, but it definitely takes a while to get going. It grants you Palm of Sick Charge, it is easy to use, grants you great projectile destruction capabilities overall, and it will shock enemies. And when enhanced, it'll deal more damage at more coverage. So, pretty okay. This is just one of these abilities, but very, very slow, and well, it's not so much damage focused as the other two. So automatically it's a little bit worse. Thundering Chain is next. I love this ability, both the regular version and the enhanced version. It's very similar to Terra Ring in that the unenhanced version, the not enhanced version, is actually... It's very similar to Terra Ring in that the unenhanced version is actually very slow, but thereby allowed to hit the same enemy multiple times, potentially. Or do zoning way more effectively, because it doesn't zone like instantaneous for half a second, but for a few milliseconds or a few seconds, because it has such a long duration. such a long wind-up to just cross the entire line that it's supposed to hit. This is a line-based skill shot, unlike Terra Ring, which is, well, an AoE, a circular AoE. But Thundering Chain is an undefined standard arcana alliance skill shot, which pairs up well with Fiery Paintbrush, Singing Bowl, and Indra's Copper Pipe. It's not really so much a damage tool as it is a zoning tool, or just quick, instantaneous damage once you have enhanced it, especially into bosses or when you have to finish off an enemy at the other side of the room. Thundering Chain will definitely get the job done, and it'll do it dirty, but it'll do it very well. The unenhanced version of Thundering Chain features a great amount of damage, a great coverage overall, if you take the whole line into account, a decent amount of signature charge gain, it is easy to use in chunks enemies, and when enhanced, it does more damage with more coverage overall, because you can just cover an entire room right away if that's what you need to do. Thundering Chain, therefore, is a very fun ability. I find it very similar to Terra Ring, and I will rate it, alongside of Terra Ring, I feel. It definitely does everything I want it to do quite well. And I do actually like the base version better than I do Terra Ring, because Terra Ring forces you to be up the face of your enemies, and, well, Thundering Chain doesn't. So, hey, it's superior, pretty much does the same amount of damage. It's not melee, doesn't scale as well, the enhancement isn't as great, but hey, we're talking about the base version here, about like a generous type of build. I might not even get the enhancement, am I right? And in that particular case, I would absolutely want the unenhanced version over Terra Ring. It's just more consistent and more easily connectable in different situations. Lace Lightning is next on the list. Lace Lightning is an undefined standard arcana, quite a weird one at that. I recently found a handful of synergies for this, those being in Permafrost Cube, Nerite Shell, Paralytic Venom Stone to keep enemies inside of this AoE, and Whimsical Exploding to punish them if they die inside of the AoE. The unenhanced version of this deals a decent amount of damage overall, with a decent coverage, a decent signature charge generation, and it is fairly easy to use. Arguably, it's not easy to understand, it's not easy to manage, but it's very easy to use. You just plop it down into an area with a bunch of enemies, let them walk into it, and then you wait for them to hopefully be shocked by your Laced Lightning. Hey, cool, innit? The enhanced version deals more damage with more coverage, but it doesn't really solve the innate problem of this ability. It's uncontrollable. It's pure RNG whether your enemies will be hit or not, unless I'm misunderstanding this ability. It's a very ability. Definitely not very good, not reliable at all, whether it be for crowd control or dealing damage. You can trap enemies inside, but it's really, really bad, generally speaking. Iron Spike is next. This should be Iron Spike. I like my Iron Spike. I just never really got to learn its name, I suppose. Iron Spike is an undefined standard arcana, pairs up pretty well with Analytical Monocle, Fiery Paintbrush, Permafrost Cube, and Tesla Coil, surprisingly. The unenhanced version of this ability deals great damage and great coverage, grants you decent sig charge, and is easy to use. It doesn't chunk enemies, that's why we can actually build a Tesla Coil here reasonably well. When enhanced, you just deal more damage with this ranged triple line skill shot ability. It's fairly easy to hit, and it is fairly impactful on your run overall. Nothing wild at all. I would probably put it like right here, I'd say. Yeah, it's definitely going to help you deal both single target and AoE damage, both exerting control and killing potential, I suppose. Next is Shockwire. Oh, what a joke. Shockwire is an undefined standard arcana which can only be described as meager and lackluster. However, even this thing has synergies with Analytical Monocle and Phoenix Talon. Also, an optional Pandemic Pouch, because that's actually very hilarious. It's not a great synergy, but it's hilarious to watch. You should try it out. Like, try it against the Tiger Dummies. That's the greatest, like, fun that you will ever get out of this ability, I promise. The unenhanced version of Shockwire deals great damage, actually, believe it or not. At a poor coverage, very, very, very poor coverage. It grants you no signature charge, and it is very clunky to use. It only essentially covers one direction, and you still have to lure enemies in and try to sync them up and stuff. When enhanced, it has a decent coverage, but it's really not all that much better. Like, they do still spawn way too close to your character model, and it's way too wonky to hit that shit in the first place. It's an alright ability damage-wise, and an alright ability proc-wise, but this is nothing more than a support ability and food for randomizing a run, essentially. It's like Engulfing Fissure in a lot better. Probably like a Firewall in a lot better, but that's as far as I'll go here, ranking-wise, even with its already great base damage. Surge Anchor, on the other hand, is quite the fun ability. Surge Anchor is yet another undefined standard arcana, pairs up very well with Analytical Monocle, Fiery Paintbrush, Tesla Coil, yet again, because it doesn't stun, and Permafrost Cube. Oh, hell yeah. I'm intrigued. The unenhanced version of this deals great damage at decent coverage with decent sick charge generation. It's easy to use, but it can not be thrown into pits. Well, it can be thrown into pits, but then the anchor just disappears, which really sucks, because that means you're losing all your damage and all your control, and you just wasted a perfectly fine charge of a very nice ability. The enhanced version deals much more damage, and it strikes 1 billion times a second, so on-hit effects like Permafrost Cube are just super duper valuable, and they will assure that enemies will definitely not move out of your multiple Surge Anchors worth of billions of damage coming at them every damn second. This thing can be incredibly powerful, especially for single target damage. For multi-target damage, not so much. Overall, I think it's alright. Probably sitting comfortably at the bottom of A tier. More of an outsider looking in, but hey, there's no shame in that. You're doing great, Sejink. I'm proud of you, my boy. Thumbs up. Let's move on to Thunder Seekers. Thunder Seekers are, of course, our first summon standard arcana. Of course, they pair well with Grimoire Rune, Archaic Cheat Sheet, Pop-Up Primer, and Indra's Copper Pipe for extra damage. The unenhanced version of these deal decent amount of damage at a decent coverage, with no signature charge gain as per usual. They're easy to use and shock enemies, and when enhanced, they have quite the great coverage. Actually, I'm realizing I've been hovering across the agent here the entire time. These are, of course, the Seekers, and they are quite alright, very comparable to the Flame Seekers. I do like Thunder Seekers way better actually than the Flame Seekers, because they control the room a whole lot better in the flow of battle, and that's what I personally much prefer over like just raw damage output. And I'll probably go as far as to put them like right here, because man, can they control a room well. Like even though it may just be for a very short period of time, they just snap right and like hit that entire room, and it's so much value, and then you can just pick these enemies apart one by one afterwards, which I personally really enjoy. Next is the Line Shark agent that I've actually been hovering over the entire time. It's a summon standard arcana, pairs up well with Grimoire Rune, Archaic Cheat Sheet, Pop-Up Primer, Yuno Storybook, and the Permafrost Cube, because we love to freeze enemies here in the Lightning Realm. Unenhanced, it deals a great amount of damage actually. It has a great coverage. It gains no signature charge, but it's very easy to use, and when enhanced, it deals more damage with more coverage. This has got to be one of the best agents in the game. It's super duper nice. I like it quite a lot. I still don't really know where to put it. It's a summon ability, so can it ever reach A tier realistically? So, not sure. The Earthstomp agent is down here as well, even though it's just so strong. It's so powerful. But this agent, it has so much range. It has so much going for it. It really wanted to be great, but is it really? Is it realistically? I think it very well may be. I don't think it's going into A tier anytime soon, but like very high B tier for this particular ability, I think so. I think we can do it. It does have quite a bit of support. Extra base damage, extra crit chance is actually quite welcome on this ability, and it's really not that bad for a summon ability. It really isn't that bad. I like it a lot. There, I said it. I like an agent. Ward of Lightning is the final lightning ability of the day. Of course, Ward of Lightning is down here. A summon buff standard arcana, Yuna Storybook, Pop-Up Primer, Damage Teapot, you know the drill. Unenhanced, poor damage, decent coverage, no sick charge generation, easy to use, occasionally shocks enemies, and when enhanced, essentially twice the coverage. This is quite an alright ward, because shock in my book is better than fire damage. Not better than the stun, It's certainly better than the fire damage because it ticks faster, so it hinders enemies from doing anything for a short period of time, which is essentially just like stunning them. So maybe it's actually better than the Earthen Ward as well. But Earth Ward is like really good, and I really want to use that a lot. Whereas Lightning, well, a lot of abilities are not going to be in range of the ward. So nah, I guess Earth is still better at the end of the day. Ha! Earth wins yet again. Next is the water element, starting things off with Calming Flow. Calming Flow is a buff standard arcana. Demise Teapot, Evening Gloves, you know the drill, are amazing. Unenhanced, no damage, no coverage, no sick charge, easy to use, grants indirect damage buff with that sweet cooldown reduction. Enhanced, it grants you an immediate damage buff with immediate cooldown reduction. Isn't that just fucking amazing? I love this thing. Contrary to popular belief, i.e. to what I've been spouting the entire time, cooldown reduction here is actually not more powerful than either of these two. I would argue it is still more powerful than the stone buff with a ton of extra damage, which is only really useful against bosses because the cooldown reduction is always amazing. But hey, it's not gonna trap any of these two. Let's not talk about that. There's no point. Moving on to Permafrost Bulwark, my favorite spell in the entirety of Wizard of Legend. This is the best spell ever. Nobody can ever change my mind. I can't find it. Right there. Oh, that thing is so amazing. I love it. Permafrost Bulwark is a melee standard arcana. My favorite combinations include Dark Eternal, Fiery Paintbrush, Cobalt Firestone, and Mobius Quill. So you can spam this alongside your signature. The unenhanced version of this features great damage, decent coverage, decent signature charge gen. It's easy to use. It is literally controllable invulnerability. It freezes enemies nearby as well. And when enhanced, it deals much more damage at much more coverage. This arcana is S tier all the way. It's better than any jump in the game in my book. It's on-demand invulnerability, on-demand billions of damage, on-demand. It's just so much signature charge generated, so much area control and single target control. You literally dominate bosses using this ability. Like, come on. If you haven't tried this, you gotta try it. One of my favorite builds uses this ability. It's just so good. Any build that this ability goes into automatically is doomed to become one of my all-time favorites. It's just gonna happen, and you should try it because you'll probably view it that way too. Alright, next on the list is Aqua Vortex. Aqua Vortex is a melee standard arcana which combines very well with Dark Etana, Cobalt Firestone, and Whimsical Explodium. I love those two, especially for explosive damage potential as well as neat combos. Ring of Reserves, which just adds a ton of damage for this ability and a ton of versatility, and Roxas Pendulum, of course. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, granting a poor amount of signature charge gain. I would say it's very easy to use, and when enhanced deals more damage. This thing is very underrated. I really like it quite a lot. It's gotta go somewhere like right here. I like it. I like comparing it to Hammer of Atlas, although I believe it's way stronger. I think it's stronger than Dragon Circuit as well. It's more reliable as well, and more controllable. And Dragon Dove isn't really the strongest ability in the game either, because it doesn't really last long enough to deal a lot of damage. Aqua Vortex should go right here. I think it's still worse than these jumps. Generally, they're just so incredibly busted, but Aqua Vortex is certainly on par with them, just I would say a little bit worse overall, and range-wise also a lot more unflexible. Cardise or Cardis Prime, whatever the hell that even means. This Beyblade of Death is a melee standard arcana which pairs up quite well with Dark Etana. I like that one a lot. Cobalt Firestone for obvious reasons. Mystic Monopole, actually. Very weird monopole synergy, but it definitely works out. And Permafrost Q. Unenhanced, this deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, I would say, with a great amount of signature charge gain. It is easy to use and grants you prolonged protection in your immediate vicinity. Obviously not against projectiles, but against any kind of melee adversary trying to come your way, especially rogues, but also regular knights and those black guys and sludges and whatnot. The enhanced version deals more damage at more coverage, and it is overall easier and more versatile to use this thing. It is very good. I like it quite a lot, both as a boss killer and just for steamrolling through rooms. I would say it exerts a lot less room control overall than these, but again, this is a an ability that is very comparable to them. You can still clear rooms with this fairly well, you just have to clump up enemies, you have to know your way. Again, this is very similar to Hammer Battlers, it's just like yet another damage aura around you, eh? And I would say it's better than the Dragons, because the Dragons are just both kind of unreliable, or they simply do not deal enough damage for single targets, whereas the Beyblade of Doom actually deals a ton of single target and can work very, very well as an AoE damage tool, likewise when enhanced. Next on my list is Snowflake Chakrams. Very similarly working ability to the previous one. It's an undefined standard arcana. It works well with Cobalt Firestone and Permafrost Cube. That's about all these synergies in the game for this particular ability. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage. Actually, I would say it deals a great amount of damage if you can connect all of the hits, which implies that you only have a single tile that you're focusing on in order, you know, to move around a whole lot and hit it with all those Chakram hits. The poor amount of signature charge gain is neat. It is quite clunky to use, however, and it forces you to move in a different way than jumps. It doesn't literally move you on use, but, well, if you want to get your damage off, if you want to zone enemies, then you have to move. You have to dance, essentially, alongside the chakrams to be able to even connect to your enemies. It's just really, really clunky. The enhanced version deals more damage, but it doesn't really make this ability worthwhile overall. While it can deal great damage as a zoning tool, it's kind of assy. It's just so rough to use. It's like a Blazing Lariat, because it does hit the entire room, but you have to dance around for this to even work. Yeah, I really don't like it a whole lot. It's really not that useful. Even for single targets, I wouldn't say this is very useful overall. Next is Heroic Maelstrom. Yet another amazing heroic ability. If I can find it, it's over here. Oh, that looks so gorgeous. Heroic Maelstrom is a melee movement, standard arcana, also a jump, so vicious bunny ears are sweet. Soccer cleats are amazing, jumper cables are pretty damn neat. Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, you know the drill. Cobalt Firestone with this one is neat. It works very similarly to Heroic Blaze at the top of the tier list, so it pulls enemies in, and therefore Cobalt Firestone is neat. Kasim's Area Cloak is actually quite neat for this one, as it is still a rather clunky ability, very similar to Seismic Entry and a few others that we've had, like Thunderdrop. It leaves you wide open afterwards, and it isn't the easiest to connect overall, so Kasim's Area Cloak is very valuable. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage and great coverage. It grants you a great amount of signature charge. It's fairly easy to use, and it grants you iframes, i.e. invulnerability while jumping. And when enhanced, it deals a whole lot more damage. And fun fact, it allows you to move while using it, if I recall correctly. I'm not sure whether it's just the signature or the enhanced version, but one of them certainly allows you to move while using it, but you move at a snail's pace, really. I think it's way better than Thunderdrop. It's way more consistent. I think it's better than Soaring Ivy, and I believe it's actually better than Seismic Entry, even though Seismic Entry can deal so much AoE damage, because Maelstrom is very safe and very easy to use overall. Unless, you know, you're trying to hit an entire room with it. In that case, you have to toy around a little bit with the enemies to group them up, very similarly to a Heroic Blaze. I wouldn't say it's nearly as good as Heroic Blaze, because Fire is just so much stronger, and Maelstrom it's not as explosive, pun intended, and it really doesn't deal as much damage consistently. It's not as great of a crowd control tool. I just really don't like it nearly as much as either Heroic Maelstrom, and I don't feel like the enhancement is really all that much better either, especially when compared to Heroic Maelstrom. Sorry, when compared to Heroic Blaze, of course. Next is Binary Splasher, one of my favorite abilities in the game. I wish I could use this as a signature. Binary Splasher is a melee movement standard arcana jump. So, vicious bunny ears, yes please. Soccer cleats, jumper cables, dark katana, fiery paintbrush, Kasim's Area Cloak, you know the drill. It's the usual. Unenhanced, great damage, great coverage, decent signature charge generation. It is easy to use and grants you invulnerability while jumping. Hey! And when enhanced, it deals more damage and more coverage. It feels quite explosive, unlike the previous Heroic Maelstrom. It is much harder to use because it's a jump, so it's a classic jump, i.e. it does force you to move forward. It's very similar to Heroic Leap in that. I do like Heroic Leap a lot just for the raw damage output. It is arguably rougher to use than something like a Heroic Maelstrom, but I still like the fact that it does move you in the first place. Even if it's just a little bit, that allows for more versatility. Maybe you need to sprint towards an enemy, right, while also dodging a bunch of stuff. It is way better then Heroic Maelstrom, which spins you in place and then leaves you very vulnerable afterwards. So I even though overall I believe this ability is worse for different situations, I think it can be much more important for what you try to do with jumps generally, using them defensively, that is. Binary Splashdown certainly doesn't deal the greatest amount of damage among all the jumps, but I love its consistency, and I especially love when enhanced, that it pretty much just hits the entire room. This thing is just a room-wide, well, knock everything around and deal a bunch of damage to them while also being invulnerable. You just happen to be invulnerable. I would still love this ability if you weren't, because it's just so good for room clear, and it's pretty alright for boss clear because you just jump over the attacks. You jump quite a far distance as well into them, so it's also a setup tool, so to speak, where you can just disregard everything, jump straight into the boss, deal a bunch of damage to them, and then follow it up with your other moves. Very good ability. Yeah, let's leave it like that. Glacial Getaway, one of my favorite abilities in the game, yet another one, but this one, now we're getting really close to my absolute favorites, right? Glacial Getaway is in the top 3, right, for sure. Glacial Getaway is a melee movement standard arcana, which pairs up very well with soccer cleats, but I much prefer cooldown reduction, so jumper cables are a must in my book. Dark Katana, Fiery Paintbrush, and then Destructive Abacus and Wings of Icarus. This works very similarly to Tearing Whirlwind, which happens to be an ability I love to combine with Glacial Getaway, as Tearing Whirlwind also exists as a signature, so you can use both of those out of the box, which is amazing. They are both movement ability that grant you a large amount of movement speed or mobility overall, and that allow for you to easily drop off enemies into pits, instantly killing them. Most of the enemies, that is. Obviously some are knockback and therefore push and pull resistant, but most of the regular enemies you can just kill right away with this. And so Destructive Abacus and Wings of Icarus is yet again another amazing combination for this particular ability. It is a whole lot more difficult to do stuff with this ability than with Tearing Whirlwind, but that doesn't deter me. In fact, I actually love that. I actually really like that idea. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage when you can actually get to deal all your damage, especially into knockback resistant targets, because then you just deal all the damage at once in an instant, and you essentially explode right up their face, and when you crit, like, you get so much value off of that. So Dark Katana and Fiery Paintbrush actually do net you quite a lot of value depending on the target you're attacking. It has quite a great coverage overall. It covers pretty much whichever area you want it to cover, as long as you have enough time to wield it, to use it to its full extent. And it grants you Pawn Mono Signature Charge. It is somewhat clunky to use, I'd say. It grants you the Hummingbird Feather buff, so you can walk across pits while it's active, although you're not really walking, you're just flying across like the Silver Surfer on your magical surfboard surfing through the air, right? The enhanced version deals more damage and grants you a lot more time to wield the ability, which makes it so much more flexible and really good, although the base version is already absolutely fantastic. This ability is amazing for single target damage. It's great for rooms. It grants you a ton of mobility. It's almost like a jump, and it definitely has the base damage to back it up. It's very similar to Aegis Charge to me personally, where both of these fill sort of a niche. They are capable of dealing huge amounts of damage, both AoE and single target. It doesn't really matter here, because most of the important single targets, i.e. mini-bosses and bosses, or large tanky enemies like Stompers, for example, are knockback immune, and when you hit them, you just deal your full damage all at once. But they also deal great damage into groups of smaller enemies, and they also work very well into bosses, even though that doesn't really feel like their main purpose. To me, these are very similar, and I will rank them side by side. Aegis Charge is a little slower, a little clunkier even, I would say, and it is not as fluently usable overall in most situations when compared to Glacial Getaway. I'm thinking especially of boss fights, so I'll rank Glacial Getaway slightly higher. Cascading Blitz is next. Cascading Blitz is a melee movement standard arcana, pairs very well up with soccer cleats, jumper cables as well for survivability, Dark Katana and Fiery Paintbrush, just the usual. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage with a decent signature charge generation, and it is very easy to use. The enhanced version, on the other hand, deals more damage and grants you a shield while using it. you are essentially dashing with this thing. It grants you so much mobility while using the darn thing. You can do quite a lot with it, and the survivability of this body overall, it's fantastic. You can abort it easily. Unlike Aegis Charge, it is essentially just an Aegis Charge, but much more flexible in how you use it, much more easily hittable. You don't have to climb enemies up first, not really anyway, and you can disregard quite large amounts of damage overall, I would say. It's still a melee ability. I'm looking towards the left here. We have a lot of ranged abilities over here and then a bunch of melee stuff. To me, no matter how good an ability is, if it's melee, it is pretty much automatically not as great unless it does something exceptionally well. And while both of these abilities, Aegis Charge and Cascading Blitz, they grant you a great shield, a great amount of survivability and damage. They make you pretty much the most versatile tank out there. These don't excel at anything. Like, it doesn't scale all that well overall because enemies will eventually outdamage the shield and get you stun locked. Crystalline Ballastra, or Ballastra, whatever this thing actually is a melee movement standard arcana, pairs up very well with soccer cleats, jumper cables, dark katana, fire paintbrush, you know it, you love it. Unenhanced, great damage, decent coverage, great amount of signature charge generation, and it is easy to use, and when enhanced it deals more damage and more coverage. Very strong cleaving type of melee ability, so it does scale very, very well damage wise. For sure one of the best cleaving abilities, one of the best room clear but also single target damage abilities in the game. I'll probably rank it right here because as a melee ability with already very high base damage, this scales absolutely out of control. Honestly, I am reconsidering Cascading Blitz as well because it does hit very frequently, so you get a ton out of something like a Dark Katana. You can just do so much with this thing. I do believe that Crystalline Ballastra has an edge on Cascading Blitz because Cascading Blitz doesn't have the greatest width. Next is Glacial Cross. Glacial Cross is yet another melee movement. Standard Arcana, Soccer Cleats, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Fire Paintbrush, Unenhanced, great damage, decent coverage, decent sick charge generation, easy to use and freezes enemies, and when enhanced it deals more damage and more coverage, which is always a plus. This is a fairly strong dash, very similar to these guys, but I wouldn't say as strong because the damage is a little lackluster when compared directly to these. Creeping Tendrils is next. Creeping Tendrils is a melee standard arcana, quite a quirky one. I like it quite a lot. It combines pretty well with Dark Katana, Fire Paintbrush, and Special Snowflake because it spreads a lot of damage across the room. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage at a great coverage, getting a great amount of signature charge overall, but you have to use it in quite a smart way. It is overall easy to use though, and it spreads once per enemy. That's very unique about this ability. When enhanced, it deals more damage and more coverage, and it is overall easier to use, I would say. Very, very strong for room clear, also very strong for boss clear, especially when you do have a lot of cooldown reduction. This thing is pretty darn nifty. Not exactly sure where to put it, probably right here, damage-wise. Although utility-wise, I gotta put it like right here. It is damage-wise, single target damage as strong as these guys, and very compelling in my book. But just for room clear, this thing is utterly superior. These pale in comparison to the Tendrils, to just the raw capabilities of Creeping Tendrils. Just casting them ability-wise, it's so ridiculous. Tidal Blast is next. Tidal Blast, Tidal Blast. Right here, Tidal Blast is a melee standard arcana, combines very well with Dark Katana, Fire Paintbrush, and Bladed Buckler. Bladed Buckler is absolutely exceptional, like 100 S tier, pretty much. The unenhanced version deals great damage and great coverage, gaining a great amount of signature charge generation. It is easy to use and grants you a great amount of projectile destruction. It may seem like one of the best offensive abilities in the game, but truly, it is one of the most defensive abilities in the game. One of the best, one of the most versatile of all of them, especially when we're talking about projectile destruction. This thing is ridiculous. However, it is rather short-ranged, as it is after all a melee ability. It does scale better than something like an Inferno Beam, and I don't really consider it as much a defensive tool as I do an offensive tool. It's just really both. It's whatever you need it to be. Either you equip damage to it and you make it scale out of control because it's a very strong melee ability, or you slap a Bladed Buckler on it and you pretty much forget about it, and now it's just a shield, like a huge AoE shield. When enhanced, it also literally grants you a shield on top. I mean, this ability is crazy good. Absolutely S tier in my book. Does a lot of things right. It can be used for a lot of different builds for sure. I would put it right here because I still value overall damage more than a purely defensive tool for the most part. It is not a purely defensive tool. I don't really know what I'm saying, to be honest, because Rock Solid Tomahawk and all these other abilities, they are just so easy to use overall, and they just destroy absolutely everything. I wouldn't say Tidal Blast is necessarily incredibly simple to use or super versatile. Yes, you can use it for strong defensive maneuvers or for strong offensive maneuvers, but not really both generally. And I don't really love it for offense, but I love the fact that you can use it for that if you absolutely want to / have to. Frost Scimitar is next. Frost Scimitar is such a beautiful ability. If only I could find it. Right here. Frost Scimitar is a projectile standard arcana. Pairs up very well with Globs of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Reinforced Braces actually, because it is a very persistent boomerang. Ring of Reserves and Roxel's Pendulum, really for the same reason. It has multiple charges and you can abuse the fuck out of that. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage. It does deal the damage rather slowly, but hey, it still counts. It grants you a poor amount of signature charge. It is very easy to use and grants you a great amount of projectile destruction on the way back, right? It's a boomerang, so you throw it behind your target, and then whenever it comes back to you, it'll pretty much just eradicate all projectiles. And since you have multiple charges, you can cover larger angles with this thing if you know what you're doing. The enhanced version deals more damage at more coverage, so it makes everything this ability already does pretty damn well better and easier to do. This is a very strong ability. Yeah, coverage-wise, it can cover pretty much an entire room. It can pretty much just unlock people for days. It doesn't scale very well, I feel. It's also not a melee ability, so naturally it won't deal nearly as much damage as like a Crystalline Ballestra, for example, which I might actually move up in the ranks here. Again, I don't know, this ability is just so busted, but I think this may be a good place for it. It's just so strong into rooms, but also very useful to bosses, and when you stack a bunch of them on the same boss, they do tend to deal quite a ton of damage very quickly. On the other hand, I don't really feel like out of the box this ability is as great as I'm praising it. So I think I'll rank it a little bit lower down. This is one of these stackable, pretty good abilities that you can definitely kill bosses with, although that's not really the main purpose. It's mostly just a helper for room clear, I feel. I'm thinking more of the signature when ranking this thing up here, because the signature is definitely very strong damage-wise, but the regular version, yeah, you can definitely deal some damage, but you need a bit of a setup to do that, and the regular version of this ability is quite great at room clear, and can definitely do some boss killing too. Water Prison is next on the list. It is a projectile standard arcana. Pairs up very well with the Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Ring of Reserves, and Roxel's Pendulum. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage at a poor coverage. It is single target only, granting you a great amount of signature charge generation, which is absolutely amazing in this particular case. It is easy to use, it is stackable on the same enemy. It's very similar to Radiant Beat that we've had previously, the sort that you just stack on a single target and it obliterates absolutely everything. Additionally, it constantly interrupts enemies, which is amazing, and it grants you a poor amount of projectile destruction, which, hey, I mean, you can do that if you want to, if you're on about that. The enhanced version of this overall deals more damage, and I really love this ability. I think it's absolutely amazing. It's worse than the sword, because it literally doesn't take care of rooms at all, so I have to rank it down quite a bit, because it's only single target damage, and you can't make this deal AoE damage even if you slap effects on it, so it's gotta go way lower than a bunch of other things. It's still damage-wise incredibly strong to the point where it may be one of the best boss killers in the game, hidden in plain sight. I think it still has to go lower. There's still a lot of good stuff here, like these dashes and other very high damage abilities that are capable of actually clearing out regular rooms like there's no tomorrow. Probably goes right here then. because it is still stronger than these. It's easier to use, and while these do take care of rooms, they don't exactly destroy rooms either. Water Prison completely obliterates single targets, so you can just go for priority targets and take them out just like that. Bouncing Bubble is next. Bouncing Bubble, of course, right over here is a projectile standard arcana. Pairs well up with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Ring of Reserves, and Roxel's Pendulum. The unenhanced... Whoa, sorry, no, that was a lot of horseshit. Is of course a projectile standard arcana. It pairs up well with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Ring of Reserves, Roxel's Pendulum, and the Phoenix Talon. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage. It is great at granting a signature charge. It is very easy to use. It can be ricocheted off of walls, as all the bubbles can, and it grants you a poor amount of projectile destruction, which can be nice if that's what you're looking for. The enhanced version deals more damage, and it is quite an alright boss clear. It is quite an alright room clearing ability. Very similar to these guys, really, although not with as great of a spread. It's really not all that easy to hit when there's only like 1 or 2 enemies in the room. I wouldn't say it's S tier. It doesn't really scale all that well. The damage it deals is like pretty piss poor. It does have a lot of charges on it, and you can definitely make it deal some damage into single targets, but you really rely on that ricochet, and when you can't have it, it isn't that great of an ability overall. Just as a room clear tool, it's certainly one of the most consistent and one of the easiest to use. Looking down here, there's a lot of room clear tools that only do one thing really, and that are really not that easy to use. I think Bubble goes right here. Yeah, it's pretty solid overall. Next is Ice Spear. Talking about solid abilities. It's a projectile standard arcana. Very strong with Gloves of Gambit, Fire Frame Pressure, and Chaos Visor, as the unenhanced version deals a great amount of base damage at a decent coverage with a great amount of signature charge gained. It is easy to use, grants you a poor amount of projectile destruction overall. You can definitely make it work as a projectile destruction tool as well, and it freezes enemies hit, and when you pin them into a wall, it applies the same damage twice, which is ridiculous. That's like having an exploding fireball on crack, but also freezing enemies and pretty much hitting however many enemies you want. It is a projectile regardless, but this thing deals absolutely crazy, ludicrous amounts of damage, so it's gotta go like right here, I would say. It doesn't scale better than Shattering Strike. It isn't as just free win as Raging Inferno with like a Singing Bowl or something, but it's gotta be about the strongest projectile in the game overall, neglecting Chaos abilities for now, of course. Moving on to Aqua Breaker. Aqua Breaker is also a very strong ability. It's a projectile standard arcana, pairs it very well with Gloves of Gambit, Fiery Paintbrush, Chaos Visor, and Singing Bowl. The unenhanced version grants you a great amount of damage at a decent coverage. It is great at granting you signature charge overall. It's fairly easy to use, and it grants you a decent amount of projectile destruction. The enhanced version just charges up twice as fast, which is nice for ease of use purposes. This is a Raging Inferno, but not as great range-wise or AoE-wise. Single target damage is still pretty high up there, but overall I find it a little clunkier to use than Raging Inferno, especially on large rooms with very split apart enemy groups. It isn't the easiest to use. I much prefer either of these because you just press one button and you shoot it between a bunch of enemies and you'll pretty much hit all of them guaranteed. Whereas with this particular ability, it's not all that simple generally, but still S tier all the way. Amazing ability, so much damage, scales out of control with a Singing Bowl and a bit of extra base damage. Just so busted, especially as a boss killer. Bubble Barrage, oh that's such a cute ability. Bubble Barrage is a projectile standard arcana, pairs up okay with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, also Ring of Reserves and Roxel's Pendulum I mentioned worthy. Mystic Monopole can definitely work if this is supposed to be a single target like boss killing tool for example, and Reinforced Braces can also work, although that's very weird, let me tell you. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage. If you try to get the great amount of damage out here, realistically, you gotta be right up the face of your enemy and shotgun them, and preferably have a Mystic Monopole because it has a fairly high knockback, so this ability loves to kick enemies out of your range. It grants you a great amount of signature charge. It is clunky to use. It can be ricocheted off of walls, but but these bubbles move very, very slowly, right? Unlike other bubbles in the game, it grants you a poor amount of projectile destruction out of the gates, and with reinforced braces, you can actually make this one of the most awe-inspiring projectile destruction tools in the game. Not one of the best, definitely not, but it's great to look at. The enhanced version deals more damage at a great coverage and makes projectile destruction a whole lot easier for sure. This is a pretty solid ability, I would say. Although I barely ever use it. I don't really like it for room clear much. It definitely works if there's a bunch of enemies stacked, but yeah, well, it's solid, but let's leave it at that. I think it goes right here because of the boss killing potential and because of that only, really. Otherwise it would go much, much lower in the list. Frost Fan is next on the list. Frost Fan is a trusty projectile standard arcana, pairs up Lariat, Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Roxas Pendulum. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a great coverage. It grants you a decent amount of signature charges, easy to use, can be tough to angle for sure. However, when you do actually hit it, it does grant you a poor amount of projectile destruction and it'll freeze enemies. And when enhanced, it deals more damage, also piercing enemies, at more coverage, which is neat because that makes the ability easier to hit overall. This is the ideal Spiral Rumblers in my book because of that freeze status ailment. It can also deal a lot of damage to single targets, so it definitely rises in the ranks, starting right over here, probably ending up like right here. It is one of the best crowd control tools, bar none. Or even as a single target damage ability with a strong focus on boss killing, it can definitely get the job done, for sure. Reinforced braces are also a mention-worthy synergy, by the way, if you want to use this strongly, defensively, or strictly as a supportive tool to freeze enemies, push them apart and stuff. This can definitely work, although it's a little janky to try to destroy projectiles with it, but it definitely works as well. Rebounding Icicles is next. Rebounding Icicles is a undefined standard arcana, pairs up quite well with Family Seal, Ring of Reserves, Roxas Pendulum, Nerite Shell, and Tesla Coil. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage, grants you a decent amount of sick charge, and it is rather easy to use. With an asterisk, the enhanced version deals more damage and more coverage. Overall, quite a weird ability to use because it doesn't deal a lot of damage at once. It does deal a lot of damage over time. You can really make this deal tons and tons of damage as long as you have a tunnel that you can shove if your target cannot be moved. I.e. it's a boss, for example. This ability is nigh useless, but against regular targets this is quite a fun ability to use and surprisingly difficult to wield to its best potential, I would say. But baseline, very easy to use. You just cast this thing and it does the work for you. It's very similar to Dragon Dive. I wouldn't say it's as reliable. I wouldn't say it's as great overall because it certainly sucks into single targets and I have to bump it down quite a lot due to that fact. It's definitely worse than all of these, definitely worse than this, and I really don't like it a whole lot, so I'm gonna put it like right down here. Or is that still too high up? I think that's still too high up. It's really, really horrible into single targets. It's very comparable to these. They do pretty much nothing into single targets, and yeah. Well, I'm sorry, Rebounding. You were one of my first abilities in the game. I still love you. I love the fact that they changed you and they improved you, but you still suck donkey dick. And the signature isn't much better, but well, that's just unfortunate. Perfect Storm, next on the list, is an undefined standard arcana. Combines very well with Permafrost Cube, as this ability innately tries to freeze as many enemies as possible, but it is completely random in which enemies are frozen when. And if it actually gets to. Like, I feel like this ability misses a ton, because that's kind of the point, right? It randomly hits a rather large area on the screen, and if it does actually connect, either it has a chance to freeze or it freezes guaranteed. I think it's just a chance to freeze one enemy at a time, and with Permafrost Cube you get to freeze multiple enemies for the entire duration. So they not only get stuck in place, but they also take the damage, and they may be refrozen by this ability, which is amazing. Nerite Shell likewise can definitely help you slow enemies down to keep them in the area of effect and get them frozen eventually. Pandemic Pouch definitely helps a ton with this ability. I love that one a lot. Paralytic Venom Stone and Special Snowflake can help you keep enemies in the AoE and have a great impact on the damage output of this ability overall. I love this as a support ability. It's very fun. It's very reminiscent of a certain character from World of Warcraft. And it's so cool to use. I really like it personally. I'm a little ice slut, but this ability overall, it's more of a support ability. The unenhanced version does deal a great amount of damage if you use any of the tools mentioned here to keep enemies inside of the area of effect. It does have a great coverage, obviously, grants you a decent amount of sick charge, it's easy to use, and occasionally freezes enemies. The enhanced version, on the other hand, deals more damage and more coverage, which is absolutely amazing. You definitely want that for support ability. I wouldn't say it's A tier, it doesn't scale at all. Pretty much into bosses, it's now worthless, but into rooms, it just feels amazing. I really love this thing. I think it's gotta go like right here. It definitely feels smoother than a lot of other abilities up here for room clear and boss killing, because bottom line, for mini boss killing, it definitely keeps away a bunch of the little assistants to the mini boss, right? The summons. So you can focus on the boss for the most part. Generally speaking, it is quite poor dealing boss damage though. Very, very poor in fact. So, well, it does deal a decent amount of base damage, and you can definitely work with that. I'm trying to look for an argument to raise it in the tier here, by the way. But overall, you have to have a boss that stands still for an extended period of time. We're talking not just a regular boss, like down phase, but like a mini boss, like the summoner that literally never moves. I can't imagine this against the rogue, for example. This is really not all that great. It's way too random. It's just so unreliable, and against regular bosses, they don't generally stand still long enough for this to really be great. You can definitely make it work. Oh man, I really want this to be higher up on the list. I think I'll put it right here, as I definitely can't put it higher than Grasping Earth. I know how absolutely destructive Grasping Earth can be, both on rooms and on single targets. So sorry, Perfect Storm, this is as good as I can rank you. So let's move on to Aqua Beam. Aqua Beam is yet another undefined standard arcana, pairs very well with Ring of Reserves and Roxas Pendulum. Also Bladed Buckler if that's what you're looking for. Analytical Monocle and Fiery Paintbrush definitely do a great job too. The unenhanced version deals a great amount of damage at quite a decent coverage, although arguably when enhanced it's a fantastic coverage. It covers whatever you want. Yet again, it's one of those remotely controllable abilities that can pretty much hit entire rooms, literally spinning circles, and you just turn into this like washing machine or something. I don't know how else to describe it really. It grants you a decent amount of signature charge, it's easy to use, and grants you a great amount of projectile destruction right out of the box. The enhanced version then grants you the aforementioned great coverage. This is a very, very strong ability due to its many charges and the very high base damage. And it's incredibly easy to use, especially for newcomers, especially busted in player versus player battles as well. I'm considering actually putting this into S tier. It is just really strong. It is undefined, so it doesn't have as much item support, but it doesn't really need that. It just needs a bit of base damage. I would say it goes above the Cleaver here, because this cleaving ability, like, it is a little less versatile overall, I would say. Aqua Beam is like absolutely insane. So strong. Frozen Bait is also absolutely amazing. Frozen Bait is yet another undefined standard arcana. Pairs very well with Fiery Paintbrush, Analytical Monocle, Singing Bowl, and even a Pandemic Pouch for that large radius. The unenhanced version of this ability deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, going to give a decent amount of signature charge generation. It is easy to use because it baits enemies towards the shark, as the name implies, which is quite amazing. It cannot be thrown into pits because then you just, well, you're going to have to wait out the cooldown. It's not going to do anything, it's just going to go away forever. It does freeze enemies multiple times, and that's absolutely busted as fuck with a Pandemic Pouch. The enhanced version of this deals more damage at a great coverage. This is overall one of the coolest and one of my favorite abilities in the game, I would say. This thing, like, I could put it into S tier all the way because it does everything. It does boss damage, it does projectile destruction to a certain extent, the decoy, I suppose. But hey, Don't double check me on that. Don't quote me on that one. I'm not sure about that actually, but like the single target damage of this and the AoE damage and the crowd control is just through the rooftop, my boy. So I feel like it goes right here. It's certainly not better than Aqua Beam. Aqua Beam is a legendary ability, very well known in the game overall. But Frozen Bait is just nuts. It doesn't need support, and that's really what makes it so different from these top contenders for S tier. They all need support in some way, shape or fashion, either by enhancing them or by combining them with one or more relics. But Frozen Bite is absolutely busted right out of the gates. Dragon Surge, next on the list. Dragon Surge is an undefined stun arcana, combines the right with Permafrost Cube to get all of its damage off easily, or more easily, occasionally that is. Roxel's Pendulum, Watercolor Palette, Mobius Core, and Tozy's Pocket Watch. Really the only thing that you can do with this is slap a ton of cooldown reduction on it and then spam it, and hope that the dragons actually hit their target. The unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage at a decent coverage. It can technically hit the entire room, but it is very wonky, granting a poor amount of signature charge. It is easy to use and it homes it on enemies, although, again, this is very wonky. It's very bad homing. It's like homing minus 90%. It's like 10% homing, 20%, something like that. It really isn't all that great. The enhanced version deals more damage at more coverage because the dragons get longer and therefore have a slightly higher chance to actually connect to a target. Although staying connected to the target is a whole different story. It is a pretty solid ability with a ton of cooldown reduction, because then you can actually hit rims rather easily and do quite a bunch of damage. And to single targets that don't move a lot, this thing can definitely do a lot of work, but bosses are not exactly single targets that don't move a lot. They do move a ton, so I'm gonna put it like right here, or maybe even lower. I find it actually harder to clear rooms with this than like any of these abilities, which have arguably not the greatest hitboxes. So maybe I'll put it like right over here. Can I? I think I'll put it right here. Yeah, right here is good. I must say that Rhythm Pattern is actually better than Dragon Surge overall. Ice Seekers are next on the list. Ice Seekers are amazing, love these thingies. Summon Standard Arcana, of course, Grimoire Rune, Archaic Cheat Sheet, Pop-Up Primer, and Pandemic Pouch for that very impactful status effect spread. The enhanced version deals a poor amount of damage at a poor coverage, gonna use no signature charge. It's however easy to use and it'll freeze enemies, and that's really the main takeaway for this ability. When enhanced, it deals more damage and more coverage. Overall, this is one of the worst Seekers in the game damage-wise, but one of the best because of the status effect actually. And the status effect, if that's what you're looking for, if you use it as a support ability, not as a main damage tool, it's so impactful. That freeze, it can be so useful. But you need to combine it with other abilities, and that reliance on other abilities definitely drags it down quite a lot. Where are the other Seekers? Stone Seekers are certainly worse in my book, so I'll put it right here. Right. Hopefully not offending anyone yet. Next is the Water Pulse Agent. What a fun ability. Water Pulse Agent is a summon Standard Arcana, combines very well with Grimoire Rune, Archaic Cheat Sheet, Pop-Up Primer, and Uno Storybook. As per usual, the unenhanced version deals a decent amount of damage, decent coverage, no signature charge generation, and it is easy to use. And when enhanced, it deals a great amount of damage and a great coverage. However, this is pretty much just a ranged shotgun blast, and so you want this to be close to enemies, which it automatically tries to not do. It tries to hit them from afar. So this kind of nerfs itself, but damage-wise, this is very, 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 very strong. It definitely serves an okay purpose here in terms of crowd control, but generally I find this is like, if there were an agent in the game, or if there were someone in the game specifically to dish out large amounts of single target damage, this would be it. It's still worse than this agent overall, I feel, because this is just so much more capable of doing anything you want it to do. But hey, Water Pulse is pretty fun and very easy to work with as well. I feel like that's especially important for summons. Water Frost is the final water/ice ability. It is a summon buff Standard Arcana. Sorry. Water of Frost is, of course, it is a summon buff Standard Arcana. It pairs up very well with Uno Storybook, Pop-Up Primer, Damage Default, and Permafrost Cube for a large chance to freeze enemies. The unenhanced version is a poor amount of damage at a decent coverage, no signature charge, and it's easy to use and occasionally freezes enemies. The enhanced version, on the other hand, has great coverage as per usual. This is a pretty solid ward, not for actually making anybody stronger, but as a crowd control tool, this is pretty much the only one that I would consider as a supportive ability, not just purely to make other bodies stronger, but actually to apply a status aim. So I think it deserves a spot in C tier, actually, not just in D tier with the other shameful abilities. Let's move on to the final element of the day. Chaos, that being, of course. We will start things off with Quantum Edge. Quantum Edge is a projectile buff standard arcana. It pairs up very well with Evening Gloves, Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Demi's Teapot, and a Pandemic Pouch. Oh mama, I love the Pandemic Pouch on this. It deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage with no signature charge generation granted. It is easy to use and it'll automatically proc when expiring, which is absolutely fantastic. So that makes the tool just so versatile. You can use this as a burst ranged ability, as an up close crowd control ability, as a ranged poke tool whenever you have a basic arcana, for example, that doesn't have range, or even when you do have one that does have range, then you get just twice the poking power. It applies any status effect according to the used sword, which is ridiculously strong with the Pandemic Pouch. I love this thing so much. It is incredibly strong, but you have to wield a very, very strong basic arcana to use this thing. Basically only lightning or maybe the ice dagger abilities here, or you have to have something like Evening Gloves, or you just use this as a ranged poke tool. But I really love to go all out on this with a basic arcana build. I would say this is one of the strongest buffs in the game. Not as strong as not as strong as cooldown reduction gain overall from the Scales of Babylon, I feel, but very, very strong because of that large damage spike. It's just not as consistent at crowd control, and it doesn't persist as long as any of these abilities. Their effects are immediate, and Quantum Edge, it requires some setup, it takes some time to get going, it needs the enemies to be clumped up, and even then, it's not as great as crowd control as you really want it to be. But with a Pandemic Purge, on the other hand, yeah, that is some juicy shit. Arcane Intervention is an undefined standard arcana. Pairs up pretty well with Special Snowflake, Destructive Abacus, and Wings of Icarus. You know where this is going. Noxious Dapper Cap and Phoenix Talon if you want this to deal more damage. It deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage with a decent amount of signature charge generation granted. It is fairly easy to use, although not that simple overall to get, and it can be thrown into pits. Magically, it'll just hover over pits, and that means that you can throw the damn thing into a pit, then teleport the largest crowd of enemies possible, and they will immediately fall into that pit, which is just amazing. Love to see it. This is supposed to be a step up from abilities like Tearing Whirlwind, but effectively the damage dealt is very piss poor, very similar to Tearing Whirlwind, and it is much worse than similar abilities like Glacial Getaway or Dragon Dive overall because of that huge lack of damage. It requires you to be far away from the enemy that you actually want to deal damage to, so as a damage tool, it is certainly horrendous. As a crowd control tool, it's okay at best. The cooldown is quite lengthy. I don't really like using it. You have to be very close, but also very far to your target, depending on what you gotta do, which sounds fun in practice, but which sounds fun in theory, but in practice it means that oftentimes you won't be able to use this to the best of your ability. This is one of the worst abilities in the game, unfortunately. I would probably rank it right here. It's really, 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 really not that great for either crowd control and or boss control. Next is Astral Dissonance, one of the coolest abilities in the game, undoubtedly so, and one of the most busted. Astral Dissonance is a melee, projectile, movement, standard, jump arcana. So Vicious Bunny Ears, Sucker Cleats, Jumper Cables, Dark Katana, Chaos Visor, Fiery Paintbrush, and a Cobalt Firestone are just absolutely stunningly overpowered on this particular ability. It's a jump that pulls enemies in. It's a jump that grants you iframes. It's the best kind of jump. It's the best kind of ability in the game, period. And it can be combined with absolutely everything you want to. It's melee and a projectile. It's movement and a jump. Literally the best of all worlds here. The enhanced version deals a great amount of damage at a great coverage, granting you a decent amount of signature charge. It is easy to use and grants you invulnerability while jumping. It combines very well with every relic under the sun, practically. So this thing, where else could it go except for the very top of the tier list? Nowhere is the answer. This is incredibly busted, it is incredibly unfair to use, and completely brain dead as well. Even a completely new player that may not know that iframe exists, finding out this supporting level quickly, find out how abusable this thing is. Just to the mere fact that it is absolutely every category under the sun, it's just... it's not even fair. Let's not talk about it. Let's swiftly move on to Gravity Onslaught. Gravity Onslaught is a really movement standard arcana, pairs up very well with Soccer Clades and Dark Katana, Fire Permafrost, the usual, but I really love Core Eruption, so Jumper Cables, Ring of Reserves, and Roxas Pendulum are completely busted here for raising your DPS. It deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, giving you a decent amount of signature charge generation, and it is very easy to use overall. This is incredibly overpowered, just so strong of melee ability. I would probably put it right here. The only thing holding it back is the cooldown and the fact that it cannot be given all that many charges, even with the Roxas Pendulum and a Ring of Reserves and a bunch of extra cooldown reduction. This thing, you'll still have to wait a bit to make this completely busted, but overall this thing just scales so much. It doesn't ever stop, really. It's very similar to Tectonic Drill. It's one of the most busted abilities in the game, but it requires some brains to use, unlike Tectonic Drill, which is just, hey, I mean, you can use this as a beginner level wizard and you're gonna do fantastically. Promise, this thing is just so strong. Model Coil is next. Model Coil is a projectile stun arcana, surprisingly so, which means that it pairs up pretty well with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Fire Paintbrush, and a Sparrow Windstone, surprisingly enough, for a little bit of extra damage, because that works very well with this particular ability. It deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, getting you a decent amount of sick charge, and it is, yet again, very easy to use. Very long range, high damage ability, very comparable to Thundering Chain, also moving enemies and stun locking them effectively. Yeah, that is pretty darn strong for both single target and AoE purposes. I wouldn't say it's as strong damage wise. Like, these abilities like Stalwart Defenders, they deal a great amount of damage, and so does Mortal Coil. Doesn't really do anything beyond that, not really. These, I feel like Earthquake X, for example, yeah, it has the damage to back everything up, but it also does more than that. It also is fantastic for crowd control, and you can do loads with it. However, keep in mind that because Mortal Coil is categorized as a projectile, it does definitely scale pretty damn well, damage-wise that is. And you can use Reinforced Razors if you want. I mean, I've never seen that, I've never really tried that out. I can't imagine that being very good or user-friendly overall. Chaotic Buster is next. Chaotic Buster is a projectile standard arcana. Pairs up very well with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Fairy Paintbrush, and Singing Bowl. This is the de facto most busted charged ability in the game. It deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, getting a great amount of signature charge generation. It is easy to use and can be practically charged up forever for a lot of extra damage. Just so busted. One-shots absolutely any and everything. The only thing holding this back is the fact that it isn't a jump and that it's just a projectile with massive air quads around it. Moving on to Distortion Beam. Distortion Beam is just an upgraded Aqua Beam, effectively. It is an undefined standard arcana, pairs up very well with Family Seal, Ring of Reserves, Roxas Pendulum, Bladed Buckler, and Fiery Paintbrush. Pretty much the exact same item set as Aqua Beam. It deals a great amount of damage at a great coverage, getting a great amount of signature charge generation. It's easy to use and grants you a great amount of projectile destruction. This can be summed up in one word: great. Absolutely fantastic. I wouldn't say it's as impactful as Permafrost Bulwark overall. Like, someone who knows what they're doing like me can destroy any run with the Permafrost Bulwark, period. And we're not just talking win, I mean absolutely fucking obliterate. Distortion Beam, I would say, is worse than these jumps overall because they are just more consistent, but damn is it strong. It doesn't scale nearly as hard as any of this stuff, but it is just so strong for room clear, for boss clear. It's so brain dead, simple to use. Maybe I'll rank it down a little further, because the scaling is quite an issue here among the S tier picks, and Distortion Beam really doesn't have the greatest scaling due to its lack of a category. It's very similar to Bolt Claymore, they pretty much sit in the same boat, but due to its overwhelming range and base stats and signature charge granted, it is definitely better than something like Glacial Spear. Moving on to Mark of Discord. Oh, over here, Mark of Discord is a projectile standard arcana, very forgettable in my book. Pairs up alright with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Advisor, Fire Paintbrush, Permafrost Cube, surprisingly enough. The arcana deals a great amount of damage when you can actually shotgun it properly, so pretty much just into single targets. At a decent coverage when you use this as an AoE, it grants you a decent amount of signature charge generation, and it is very clunky to use. Nigh impossible to use perfectly well, so this can never really go too high up into the tier list, although it does potentially deal an just enormous amount of damage. And the lack of a stronger categorization here than just being a projectile, it kind of holds it back a little bit, I would say. For like room control, this is absolutely abhorrent. I would never use this for room control, but for boss killing potential, you can certainly use it. I do prefer myself a Blazing Lariat, for sure. Anything above, really, which is quite paradoxical when you look at things like these Seekers, which are in and of themselves quite weak compared to a supposedly very strong Chaos ability, but hey, oh well, what can you do? Piercing Void is next, quite a fun ability, if you ask me. It's an undefined standard arcana, pairs up quite well with Family Seal, Fiery Paintbrush, Permafrost Cube, and Narrate Shell. I love these two for these kind of like trap abilities that are persistent and remain like they remain as damaging AoE on the ground for a while. These two items are just fantastic. They keep enemies pretty much permanently locked in place, so they will receive all the damage dealt, and that's quite amazing because when you can actually deal all of the damage of this ability to the same target, it deals great damage at great coverage with a great amount of signature charge granted, and it is very easy to use. You just block it down and walk circles around it, pretty much trying to keep enemies stunned up inside of it. It's fairly good for that reason, not just for crowd control, but also for single target damage. And because of its ease of use, I think I'll put it right here. Overall, Twin Turbines is more difficult to use for sure. It is not that easy to use. Twin Turbines can easily be fucked up when there's even remotely someone nearby who can shoot ranged attacks at your ass. Next in line is Null Parade. Probably one of the most ancient, well-known, busted spells in the game, right? This has been abused ever since I can remember, pretty much. Null Parade is an undefined standard arcana, surprisingly enough, not a projectile. Grants you quite a lot of stuff, so Family Seal, Fire Paintbrush, Singing Bone, Analytical Monocle, pretty much all damage camps are very welcome here. Grants you a great amount of base damage, great amount of coverage. It deals a great amount of base damage at a great coverage, granting you a great amount of signature charge, and it is very easy to use. This thing is just so strong. I'm so happy it's not a projectile, because it would be just so much more busted with even just remotely having any particular relic support. This is like a distortion beam, but overall, like damage-wise, much more netty than distortion beam. I think this is a good place because it really doesn't scale as well with anything but base damage and crit chance, and you can acquire a lot more crit chance a lot faster. Especially when combining something with a Singing Bowl. Looking at these two here in particular, these can just go really hard. Blazing, no, what is it called? Gravity Onslaught. On the other hand, you can just, again, slap a Dark Katana on it, and boom, there you go, you get overpowered damage. You don't need a ton of items, whereas for Null Parade you really need, or you don't need anything, you really want multiple Cursed Relics and a few other things to make this thing absolutely abhorrently overpowered. Next is Phantom Brigade. Oh, which one is that? I think Brigade is this one right here. Phantom Brigade is an undefined standard arcana, pairs up very well with Family Seal, Roxas Pendulum, Watercolor Palette, Mobius Color, Analytical Monocle. The more color reduction you have for these thingies, the more busted they are really. It deals a great amount of damage at a decent coverage, granting you a great amount of signature charge. It is easy to use and homes in on enemies. This is very strong and scales wildly with base damage, crit chance, and cooldown reduction. It's one of the most busted abilities in the game because you really don't have to aim. and say you had 100% or near 100% core reduction from like double toil or something, this would be way more busted than any of the other boardies in here, because you actually have to either charge them up or at least make sure that you hit them. This one you literally pop it down as fast as you can, and you're good to go, really. I would still consider jumps more busted, because damage alone isn't going to carry you, and survivability definitely goes a long way, especially if you take into account that you could be playing around with like a Pilot Rogue or something, in which case I would much prefer any of these 4 abilities over something that purely deals a large amount of damage, especially into single targets. Phantom Brigade also, or rather, most of the Phantom spells are not very reliable against rooms with a large crowd, a large variety of different enemies spread apart, because you can never predict which enemies are they going to go for, who are they going to crowd control, who do I have to take care of and stuff. So, not the most reliable tool for crowds overall, but for single targets for sure. One of the most busted spells in the game. Next is Phantom Squadron. I think that's the Lancers. Phantom Squadron is yet another undefined standard arcana. Roxas Pendulum, Water Carpart, Morbius Coil, Analytical Monocle, and Permafrost Cube work quite well for these in my book. Deals a great amount of damage at a great coverage, getting a decent amount of signature charge. It's easy to use, and yet again, it homes in on enemies, which is quite nice. This is more of a crowd control tool than the Phantom Brigade. It's also a whole lot worse in my book, because it's not that great for single target damage. It doesn't scale very well. They do take quite some time, and I feel like they can miss quite easily, especially when a target like Super Sora is moving across the screen. I don't feel like this is a damage tool. It's more of a room clear helper. Probably right here, maybe a little higher, but I do still prefer having jumps over something that pretty much just stun locks everyone in the room, because with the jump I can do whatever I want, really. I'm very free, and I count these two as jumps pretty much. They pretty much fulfill the same purpose of being offensively and defensively incredibly versatile. Phantom Company is yet another undefined standard arcana, has the same synergies as all the other ones. So Roxas Pendulum, Water Carpart, Morbius Coil, Analytical Monocle, and additionally I'd say a Fiery Paintbrush, as this one deals quite a high amount of base damage per hit, unlike the other two here so far. It deals a great amount of damage at, I would say, a rather decent coverage, getting a decent amount of sick charge. It's easy to use, homes in on enemies, and it is ranged and fairly instantaneous. I much prefer it over the other ability because it's just so incredibly versatile, but it is arguably not as great against single targets, and that boss killing potential I value quite a lot. Phantom Brigade, when you're close to the enemy, it'll just destroy everything. I do prefer the versatility of Phantom Company a little more, personally. I can use it in any situation, even when the enemies are very far away. This is gonna ditch out a large amount of damage very quickly and then disappear right away, whereas Phantom Brigade literally stun locks the entire room, pretty much, whenever you use it. Next should be the Phantom Guild then. That's you guys, the mages and summoners, yay! Well, it's just summoners actually, but Guild sounds more like mages and summoners. Whatever, it's another undefined standard arcana, you know the drill. Roxas Pendulum, Water Carpart, Morbius Coil, Analytical Monocle, you know the drill. Roxas Pendulum, Water Carpart, Morbius Coil, Analytical Monocle, Permafrost Cube. The enhanced version of this deals a decent amount of damage at a great coverage, granting you a decent amount of sick charge. It's easy to use and homes in on enemies. I don't know. I don't really know what to do with this one. It's an okay crowd control tool. It's an okay single target damage tool as well. Not one that I highly favor or highly value. I do prefer it over the Squadron, although Squadron is a little safer with that crowd control, especially useful early on and when you start a run on very low HP. So I'll put them right here. Next is Dragonfall, a super duper interesting ability. Dragonfall is an undefined standard arcana. We want to build Analytical Monocle, Fiery Paintbrush, Electrifying Smoke, and Singing Bowl on this one. It deals a great amount of damage, absolute understatement of the century, at a decent coverage, granting a full amount of signature charge. It's easy to use, and here's the kicker: it consumes other standard Dragon Arcana that you're carrying to permanently add their effects to it. That's amazing. I've never really had a run where I could get more than 3, even when looping multiple times, but it's still absolutely fantastic. It will not consume your signature, and you can't find your signature spell. Realistically, it won't happen anywhere unless you kill a ton of bosses and get lucky. But any other spell that is a dragon spell will be consumed by this and permanently added to its effect, which is amazing. But even baseline, this ability deals so much damage. It's just a meteor on crack. And definitely deserves a spot. Not sure whether this goes into S tier, because it really isn't that great for regular rooms. It has quite the lengthy cooldown as well, but certainly A tier minimum, because the scaling on this is fucking ridiculous to its absolutely tremendous base damage. It's very, very comparable to these, I would say. Ball Lightning is much better though, scaling wise for single targets, and Dragonfall, it does do AoE damage. Yeah, it does. But it really isn't made for that. Like, you don't use it regularly to clear multiple waves in the same room, for example. It just, you know, you hit it and you forget about it, pretty much, and then you wait for a very long time to reuse it. So this qualifies as a crowd control tool to me due to that abhorrent cooldown. Moving on to Nullflesh Agent. Nullflesh Agent is a summoned standard arcana. You know the drill. Grimoire of Ruin, Archaic Cheat Sheet, Pop-Up Primer, and Yuna's Storybook are absolutely amazing for this ability. It deals a great amount of base damage at a decent coverage with no signature charge gain as per usual, and it is fairly easy to use. The range of this one really sets it apart from all the other summons in the game. Also, the damage per second is ridiculous when you pair this up with the lightning ability over here, the lightning agent. Oh my lord, you deal way too much damage, and you can have so many of these active at the same time. The more books you got, the more cooldown reduction they got, the easier it'll be for this ability to just take over completely. I believe this goes higher and higher and higher. Higher. Nope, higher. Nope, higher, I would say. Okay, this is where I gotta start thinking. But still, I would say higher and higher and higher. There are some unenhanced versions of abilities. You're looking at Terra Ring, for example, or Thundering Chain, or the Boomerang that are really not all that great. Breaking Twist, our Stalwart Defenders. Overall, the fact that this ability has so much range and it works independently from you, and it has the ability to just crowd control the fuck out of the room, it's just so strong. Probably goes right here, honestly. Although, comparatively, its damage is lower than any of the other abilities beneath. It's just so strong overall. Moving on to Ward of Chaos, the penultimate ability in the game. Ward of Chaos, of course, is a summon buff standard arcana, so you know the drill. Yuna's Storybook, Pop-Up Primer, Demi's Teapot, and then additionally, Permafrost Cube and Tesla Coil are quite fun. The decent damage of this ability is quite surprising, actually, for a ward. It grants you great coverage out of the gates, which I would expect because it is supposed to be enhanced right away. It grants you no signature charge generation, which I would expect yet again. It's easy to use, it strengthens all elements used within, and it can apply on-hit effects even when it doesn't attack an enemy. The other wards can probably do that too, but this ward is particularly interesting due to its damage numbers. So Permafrost Cube and Tesla Coil add either a lot of versatility / defense, or a lot of damage in the case of Tesla Coil. And really, you can spam this ability with a lot of cooldown reduction, and it'll actually dish out decent numbers of damage, and it makes literally anything in your build stronger. So I cannot rank this nearly as low as any of the other wards that are simply conditional. You do not have to use this as a damage tool. I do not expect that. You do not have to build around it. You just pick it up and you use it and you're good to go. And I think that deserves a spot in A tier, actually. Not just B tier, A tier, straight up. Probably right here. It's still not very good at crowd control. Still not gonna do a great job into like as a boss killing tool or as a boss killing helper, but overall this thing will be strong for your build, not just because you're building a specific build, but because this is a very strong ability. And finally, we got so fittingly called Absolute Finale. Absolute Finale, besides sounding like a magic card for like the cost of X plus 20 or something, is a projectile standard arcana, which pairs up exceptionally well with Family Seal, Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Fiery Paintbrush, Singing Bowl, and any other damage ups that you can come across. It deals great damage. This is one of the best abilities in the game. I would say the best for damage, for sure. The best ability for dealing damage in the game. Even when you are running a level road run, this thing pretty much instantaneously kills everything damage-wise. It has a decent coverage, it grants you no signature charge, so Family Seal is a lot of horseshit. It pairs up exceptionally well with Gloves of Gambit, Chaos Visor, Fiery Paintbrush, Singing Bowl, and really any other damage increases that you can come across. It deals a tremendous amount of damage. This is the best damage ability in the game, bar none. At quite a decent coverage, surprisingly enough, as it does pierce pretty much all enemies hit. You just have to line them up and fire this off like a massive ass cannonball, like you're literally firing a black hole straight into the sun. It's so ridiculous. It grants you no signature charge, unfortunately, but hey, it's gotta have some downsides. It's very easy to use. It sends hit enemies to the Shadow Realm, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, I suppose, and it pretty much instantly kills most enemies, even when you are running a level robe build with the minus 50% to all stats that are important. Oh my lord, this thing is ridiculous. It is complete and utter mayhem. However, still not as great as Jums, still not as versatile. I may have to revise something here. I think Chaotic Buster, I think it's called that, has to go like right here. Yeah, it's not as great as Jums, it's not as versatile. Nothing will ever be as versatile as Jums. But literally killing pretty much any and everything right away, and just disabling them from even hitting you in the first place, or even touching you, is so utterly ridiculous. And the scaling, the amount of hits that this ability does every time you cast it on bosses and whatnot, the base damage paired with the like crit chance and fire paintbrush, that is just the most ridiculous damagey thing imaginable. Alright, that is it. That is the tier list. Let me see if I can scroll properly here. Yeah, sure, that's it. That's all Arcana in the view. That is the tier list, ladies and gents. Thank you very much for watching. Just a quick recap, my favorite abilities in the game of the standard category. This is gonna be quite a search, but number 1 and number 2 I can already spot right here. Number 1, Permafrost Bulwark. Number 2, Astral Dissonance. Number 3, probably Glacial Spear, actually. And number, well, maybe Glacial Getaway. Well, let's not prioritize anyone here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's pretty much it, really. I mean, I do have a lot of other abilities that I really enjoy, but these are my absolute favorites. I love to use them whenever I can. Number 5, honorable mention, because I use it a ton, even though I don't really love it the same way as any of these. Tearing Whirlwind down here. You're all alone, my friend. That's it. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you had a good one. That was a lot of work, and I'll probably be sitting here for like months editing out all the cuts and whatnot. Thank you so much. And until next time, you know how it is, you know how it goes. I wish you all a good day, a good morning, or a good night, and goodbye.